Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
If everybody will take a seat, we'll get started in just a few seconds. Okay, we will call the February 4th, 2025 Volusia County Council meeting to order at 9 a.m. We will start our meeting in just a moment with an invocation and then the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation is open to any faith group in Volusia County. If your faith group would like to participate, please just send an email to kgreen@volusia.org, and she will get you all set up to do this. This morning, we have the pleasure of having Pastor Tommy Clayton of Grace Life Church in Deltona. So if you would care to stand for the invocation, Tommy, come on down, and then just remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Lord, thank you for this day that you have made. Thank you for the opportunity to just acknowledge you, to stop and pause, and thank you for all you do, for who you are. Thank you for this council and the wisdom collectively that they represent. I pray that, as always, you would give them wisdom for the decisions they're going to make today, for the issues that they're going to face. Give them humility, Lord, to remember that they are servant leaders and they represent this county, and that they're going to be seeking to solve problems together and find solutions to issues that are deeply complicated and have layers of complexity. And keep them united, Father. I know if there's 10 people in a room, there's 11 opinions. So keep this group united, and may they together just represent our county well. Pray for their health. I pray for their families. I pray that you would watch over them and keep them, and we ask all these things in the name of Christ. Amen. Allegiance to the flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It is a little warm in here. Oh, how are you, sir? You go ahead. I know.
Thank you.
Okay, Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Johansson,
Here.
Mr. Kent,
Here.
Mr. Reinhardt, Mr. Robbins,
Here. Is it working?
Mr. Santiago, Mr. Dempsey,
Here.
Mr. Brower.
Here. So we do have a full house, a quorum, and we will begin our meeting with public participation if we have any. And when I call your name, you can just come forward to the podium here. There's a button on the left side of the podium that makes it go up and down for height. Please just make sure that there is a microphone near your speaking voice so we can all hear you and it's recorded. And if you would, just tell us where you're from. You don't need to give your full address for safety reasons, but tell us where you're from so your district representative knows that you're here. And you have 3 minutes to talk about anything that pertains to Volusia County. First, we have David Hill.
David Hill, Miller Road, and it's about Miller Lake. I get the impression now that the weir has been installed on the Royal Oaks system that everybody thinks everything's fine, but I measure it daily. And the exfiltration system that Royal Oaks has in their parking lot, it's supposed to take water in and disperse it. But all it's doing right now, it's taking water in, it's rising. Lake Wawa now is rising because it's not dumping into Miller Lake through the exfiltration system and all the piping that should not have been there. So I just want you guys to know, though it's not flowing over the weir now, just give it this month. It will be going over the weir because I measure the rate and it soon will be going over. So the problem's not solved. We just put a dam up, but the exfiltration system is 85% full and we've had no rain. So I just want you guys to know the problem's not solved. It's still there. The value of our property on Miller Road, because this threat is still there, is, people on Miller Road are going to have a difficult time selling their homes because of the disclosure issues now with the Florida statute and Johnson versus Davis in the Florida Supreme Court. So we are still doomed, and I would like to know what your plans are. Nobody communicates to us. Nobody tells us anything. So it'd be nice if you would bring us together as a group and say, hey guys, this is what's happening. Or if nothing's happening, that's fine. Just let us know. But I'll keep you posted on the water level. But Lake Wawa is rising, and the Royal Oaks, the first drain in front of the weir, is rising a lot quicker than Lake Wawa. And we've not had any rain. So there's more flooding on the horizon. And I thank you for your time, and I hope you can come up with a solution to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Alec Reckner.
Daytona Beach Shores. I would like to thank President Trump for sanctioning the South African government, particularly the African National Congress, for passing the Expropriation Act, which literally legalizes the confiscation of white Boers and their farmland. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa is a supporter of white genocide and white South African farmers. The global white genocide must end. Diversity, equity, inclusion must end. And the Ninth Circuit just fully blocked a California social media law involving age verification until trial. Clearly, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals sees that digital IDs for this stupid excuse called age verification violates the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution. Which DeSanctimonious will be trying to quarter digital troops into your home with these digital IDs. Congressman Byron Donalds of Florida failed for several years to disclose his stock trades, which involved $1.6 million while he was a member of the House Financial Services Committee. They might call that a conflict of interest. Jeb Brower has stood up for the citizens of this county by listening to their complaints of serious flooding issues and the need to suspend development. I think there should be an Army Corps of Engineers to look at like a survey for the flooding issues. Jeb Brower is not bought off by the big corporations and big developers. His only concern is the issues of the residents of this county. Jeb Brower for Governor of Florida. Thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. Item A on your consent agenda talks about redoing the plumbing in the court annex on City Island. I thought we were trying to move that. Why are we spending a great deal of money on redoing the plumbing if we hopefully rebuild it on Beach Street? Secondly, again, with the DEI, Trump is pushing the DEI. I'm asking you to look at the possibility of eliminating from all of our paperwork anything that suggests that we are or are not discriminating. It's been 50 years. It's about time to end all of that. We don't have to keep saying we don't discriminate. We don't discriminate. We don't. So why keep saying it? So, and it's an offense when every time I read something, I don't see it as we don't discriminate. I see it as we discriminate against white men, because that's what I got in Miami 40 years ago. You applied for a job and they would say, sorry, we're not hiring white men. We need to abide by a court order, and we can't hire teachers who are white men because you will take up the space that would go to a black man. So those kind of things are in the past. They should be in the past, and we should eliminate all of that. And lastly, I'm pushing the E-zone. Somebody gave me a gift of the paperwork for the E-zone for the city of Daytona Beach. It's about an entertainment zone around Main Street. The county has an ocean center, a parking garage, a waterworks amusement park there. You are a big part of that E-zone. So if I can get the city to look at that, almost half of the E-zone has already been done, completed. There is interest on 5 of the 6 properties north of Main Street to work on it. All of that would enhance the Ocean Center, and I think one of those is a hotel for the Ocean Center. So I'm asking that anything that you can do to help the city revitalize that area not only helps the city but also helps the county. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public participation for the opening section. We will move to item 1, approval of the agenda as written. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Second, Chairman.
Chair Reinhardt, and the second is by Troy Kent. Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the agenda is approved as written. We will move to the consent agenda. Does any council member have an item they would like to pull for comment or for a vote? I will pull item E just for comment. Anything else?
D, Chairman, just
For
for
comment or vote?
just comment and staff
Okay.
discussion.
Chairman, motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second, Johansson.
We have a motion to approve the consent agenda by Troy Kent and a second by Councilman Johansson. All in favor?
Mr. Brower, you do have a public comment for.
I'll pull that after, but I don't believe it was, I didn't pull it for a vote. I just pulled it for comment.
We would need to take the comment before you approve the agenda.
Okay. Suzanne Shiver, item E on the consent agenda.
Good morning. Suzanne Shiver representing Dream Green Volusia. I'm speaking on item E. This is my third time speaking about this specific development. April 1st of 2022 at the PODRC and at the council meeting on May 17, 2022, and then today. The Ormond Scenic Loop is a national scenic highway and a state scenic byway. Scenic highways have no protections. Most think they automatically fall under conservation, but they do not. FDOT designates scenic highways because of their resources such as natural, cultural, recreational, and historical. Volusia County has a crown jewel in the Ormond Scenic Loop and Trail. It's known in our state and outside of Florida. During the time of raising funds to purchase the 36 acres of land from Mr. Mitchenberg, no one can imagine the phone calls, emails, and text messages flooding during Green Volusia. The phone mailbox was full and still ringing. The email box was overloaded with people wanting to fend the loop yard signs, and 650 were delivered. The Spruce Creek student who started the petition, achieving 76,000 signatures, Natalie Pilipsack, was only 17 years old and took public backlash for trying to preserve land. Can you imagine people accusing her of not speaking out 20 years earlier? She wasn't even born yet. Time flies. She just applied for veterinary college last week. Imagine a development of regional impact where residents show up for 20 years or longer for conservation. Those who fought during the early years are now in their 70s and 80s, and we have been at this for 5 years. So why am I going down this memory lane? This council wasn't around when the Defend the Loop campaign happened a few years ago, and I don't know your level of knowledge of scenic highways or the Ormond Scenic Loop and Trail. We are the ones who have not only we are the lucky ones who not only have a local treasure, but a national one that comes with responsibilities. Residents have been trying to save, preserve, and defend the loop for decades. So here are my concerns today. There's flooding at the development to the north. The trees in the buffer are sitting in water all the time. Water runs across the road when it rains. The state park across the street has its trees sitting in water now as well. I first emailed this issue in August of 2023. So how is it going to be addressed? There is no mention of the trail in this agenda item that was on the county resolution that passed for the development on June the 7th of 2022. Please follow through in writing today, saying the trail will be constructed from Plantation Oaks to James Ormond Tomb Park. And to county staff, hold a stakeholder meeting and address the issues the loop has. The county signed a resolution supporting the scenic highway in 2006. We all share a responsibility for the future, and yes, this includes the county that holds the power to shape the scenery of what the public has shown for decades they love. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Danny, when we get done this, we'll go to your item D. I had pulled E for comment. Unfortunately, I didn't get to comment before Mrs. Shiver spoke, but this is it's been almost 4 years, maybe a few weeks more than 4 years that we bought the acreage that she just referred to on the loop with the intention of building a hiking and bike trail from there all the way to Ormond Tomb. And so that land was critical for that. The council voted for it, and we are on track for that. This particular subdivision, the Waterstone, provides an excellent amount of buffer along the road so that the trail can continue through it, and ultimately all the way to Ormond Tomb. There will be challenges. We have to get across a very wide drainage canal, and there are several choke points at Halifax Plantation where we didn't get as much buffer as I had hoped. But at Waterstone, we did, plus 13 acres for a park, and I'm very pleased with that. So the trail is moving forward. Staff is committed to building that trail. So that's all I had on item E. And Clay, unless you wanted to add something. Okay. Item D.
Chairman, I had something on item E.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Press the wrong button. If we could, and I'd like just for clarity purposes, not only for the council and maybe members of the public that see an item such as this, requesting approval of final plat, if we can get our legal team, Mr. Paolo, tell us what is our legislative function in a final plat, and what is the purpose of a final plat?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of council. Paulo Soria, Senior Assistant County Attorney. What's the purpose of a plat? Well, the purpose of a plat is to, one, establish the identity of all lands to allow for the conveyance of property. Essentially, what it doesn't do is it doesn't create entitlements, it doesn't create density. Those are done during your rezoning and comp plan stages. So if you want to buy a piece of property, usually you say, I want to buy lot 56. And you look at the plat map and you point out the lot and you say, I want to buy that. And the reason you can do that is because it's a platted piece of land. And you buy in reference to the plat, and you know what's around you, you know how many lots there are, you know what roads there are, you know what the tracks are, you know what the open space is, you know where the parks are. So it is a consumer protection development order. So otherwise, individual home buyers and lot owners would receive a meets and bounds legal description with calls and, distances and things like that. And, they would have to get a surveyor and they would have to determine what their property, what they're actually buying. The plat is just for the buying and selling of property and knowing kind of what you have bought. So having said all that, the approval of plats is very strict. We say that it's ministerial in nature because there's a line of case law that kind of says, okay, what you're looking at are just the technical requirements of a plat. So what are technical requirements? Have they put all the monuments in place? Have they dedicated all the tracks properly? Does it have the appropriate dedication and approvals from all of the owners? And the courts have said, okay, if they have met all of that, local government, even though you are the approval entity, your discretion has disappeared once they meet all that criteria. So you must approve. So that's why plats are usually on your consent. They are not your typical rezoning or special exceptions. They are ministerial in nature because they come usually at the end of the development process. By the time you're faced with a plat approval, a lot of things happen. There are road infrastructure in place. There's utilities in place. Stormwater has been, constructed. So the entire subdivision, except for the vertical houses, it's there. In fact, for this particular plat, Waterstone, you can drive the roads. You can go in there. Everything is there. The only thing that's missing are the individual houses.
And correct me if I'm wrong, some final plat also do not require the infrastructure to be in place at that time. It's a dedication and sometimes maybe even a bond.
Yes, so one of the options, and in fact, one of the things that we were recently preempted is, someone can bond the improvements, and they bond to a higher level. So they have to bond 130% of the estimated construction costs for all of the improvements, and that's kind of a security. So in the event they walk away or something happens, the county, we hold the bond, and we go to the surety and we say, hey, the developer has, violated their construction plans. They have not finished the infrastructure. You need to come in and fix it.
And final question, Mr. Chair. And before a plat comes to us on the consent agenda item, I'm going to assume, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, well, let me just ask the question. What does staff do before they put it on our agenda?
I'll let Clay answer that one.
Okay.
Good morning, Clay Urban, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Your staff looks at for technical compliance to the land development regulations, as well as doing concurrency analysis. So that's to ensure that there's adequate roads, water, sewer, parks, schools, all of the infrastructure that we're required or have option to require under our comp plan. So that's initiated at the beginning. if they use the typical process, which a preliminary plat is approved, they go forward, do the construction, then we would conduct inspections throughout the construction phase. Then prior to scheduling it, we would ensure that the final improvements are in place and that everything is functioning and we are willing to accept it. Because with the subdivision, that is when roads are transferred, utilities are transferred, et cetera. So therefore, before it hits y'all for a final plat, we would be out there and inspecting it to verify that it's compliance with the approved plans and the plans are in compliance with your code.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Good questions. It's nice to go over what actually happens there because it's probably not real clear to the public. I think we have one other comment on item E. Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman Brower. I appreciate it. So yeah, just a couple of comments. I'm really pleased that this was pulled. Chairman, thank you for doing that, and I'm pleased we've had a comment about it. Publicly, I want to personally thank Suzanne Scheiber and Dream Green Volusia because of your leadership on this issue and your steadfast support, and the council that was here, BT, before Troy. They made a wise decision and used those public monies to purchase that property that we're going to have for a park. So publicly and personally, I want to say thank you for your efforts on that. And I want to thank the prior council that made that decision. The loop in Ormond Beach is an absolute gem that, I've not found any other place like it. And it is, it's breathtaking. If you've not been through there, you need to take a drive and check it out. And I do have a question for staff that I'll end with, but I just want to say, and I appreciate Parker Mitchenberg, the developer, showed up, and you're here today because this is important to you. And Parker, I'll tell you, I've been beat up a little bit in the past because I've said what I'm getting ready to say, but not all developers are the boogeyman. Not all developers are the bad guy or bad girl. And when I think of developers that I think are good guys that live in our community, so they're not out-of-towners, they're not carpetbaggers. They live here, and they see the residents in the grocery stores. And I know if the surf is up, I'm going to see you at the Seminole Approach in Ormond Beach. We've bumped into each other in the water several times. But I think of people like you and Paul Holub and the Vanacore brothers and Maury Husseini, who live in this community, who, in my opinion, have done great things in Ormond Beach. And I'm appreciative that you were willing to work with the county a few years ago. And we need to continue that type of dialogue back and forth because you live here, you want it to be beautiful. You all don't just want to pillage the land. So Clay and or George or Suzanne Conscian, two things I want addressed, please. Suzanne Scheiber brought them up. That is the trail, and the chairman mentioned that that's on track. I just want to hear confirmation that the trail that Ms. Scheiber brought up is on track. And the second thing, and you may want to have Ben talk about this, is the water over that road. My daughter lives up there, so my wife and I, every week, we trek up that way to see our grandkids and our daughter. But you heard who I said first, right? Sorry, Gabby. But that water over the road, I want to know what the solution is and how that's getting fixed. Two things that Ms. Scheiber brought up I want to make sure we get addressed. So whoever wants to talk about the trail, and then whoever wants to talk about the water over the road.
Mr. Chairman, members of council, I'll start off and then Ben can supplement, and we've got the team here for questions. So on your screen is a preliminary sketch of a trail plan from the Plantation Oaks Park, which was referenced, we purchased with Echo dollars a few years ago. The orange is the park that is dedicated as part of the final plat, as part of item E on this agenda. And then in blue dashes along the western edge of Old Dixie Highway is a continuation of the trail to an existing park, the James Ormond Tomb Park. We will actually meander the trail on the orange piece, the Whetstone Park piece. That trail is showing hugging the road, but actually, since we own the 13 acres, we'll be able to meander that trail further away from the road and avoiding any removal of trees to get it to its northern boundary, which is the edge of the Halifax Plantation subdivision. From there north, the trail is most likely to go within the 80 feet of road right-of-way, which we have. Approximately 17 feet of right-of-way was dedicated by the Halifax Plantation plats over time as they were recorded from the Whetstone northern boundary to Ormond Tomb Park. There is a 50-foot buffer that is part of the platted Halifax Plantation subdivisions, but that is owned by their homeowners association. Those are not publicly owned land, so our plan is to stay east of the buffer within the right-of-way. You'll see in pink an alternative trail loop on the east side of Old Dixie Highway. We have been in discussions with the Florida Parks Department for several years now about potentially offering an alternative loop, if you will, on the east side in their park property. They've gone through some leadership changes as part of the Bulow Creek State Park, and so we're working with their current leadership there to see what we can accomplish with them. They do have a series of road and lands on the east, much of which are wet because this is tidally influenced lands along the state park, but we are continuing to work on this as a potential loop. I'll note that on the east side of Old Dixie, as part of Bulow Creek State Park, there is probably 8 miles or more of existing trails within that park that these will loop into, link up to, and offer a better experience.
Ms. Gunchin, thank you very much for sharing that, and not to give out, where you live or anything, but I think it's important to note that you're a hop, skip, and a jump from this place of where you live, and I know, you know how special that place is as well. So thank you for that update. Good on that one? Okay. The second part, please.
Good morning, Ben Bartlett, Public Works Director. So, as Ms. Conchin referred to, we have a lot of tidally influenced areas along the loop, and we have a lot of roads that were constructed a long time ago and some low-lying areas. So first is the stretch of Beach Street from the bridge up to Pine Tree that routinely goes underwater, tidally influenced. That project was included in one of the Transform 386 projects that's currently under design. It's a challenging design and permitting situation because we're going through the state park, we're going through a wetland area, so there's a lot of environmental concerns. So we're making sure that whatever we propose for construction to elevate the road essentially will not harm anything in terms of environmental concerns. And then we did have a situation a little further north along Old Dixie where we did some repairs we had a situation where the water was building up on one side of the road, and we were able to install some drainage culverts that moved that water, and that seems to alleviated the situation. Walter Boardman and High Bridge are difficult because they are low and there's very limited right of way.
Ben, 1 second. Before you move off of that last piece you were talking about, so is that fixed now? That's a fix, the one just north of the bridge that you were talking about,
Yes,
putting
sir.
the culverts in? So
Yes, sir.
you feel like the county, that's addressed and that's fixed?
Yes, sir.
We're not
Yeah.
going to have that water flowing for 4 months at a time?
Correct. I mean, you might see in a heavy rain, you might get some water over the road, but for the most part, we've observed that the water has been addressed. The main concern is really the stretch of Beach Street, which requires the road to be elevated. That's a safety concern. Especially the water comes up high enough to at night you can't see the edge of the road. And so, during tidal situations, we're having to close that road. So that is the main focus of our attention right now, is to get that stretch open. It also provides an evacuation route. It's not an official evacuation route, but it allows people to get from beachside inland, and we want to make sure that road is passable in those types of events. No worries. Oh, Walter Boardman and High Bridge. We've got a major resurfacing project. We're going to do some what we call full depth reclamation. We've got shoulder issues and everything. A lot of that's because the water level tidally influenced. So in the next few months, we've got a major resurfacing full depth reclamation project coming through. It's still going to be affected by the tides, excuse me, because you know, we're limited right away, and you're right next to the water, and raising that road dramatically could affect the overall loop experience. So we kind of just have to monitor it and see how we can do with it. But it doesn't go underwater near as much as the stretch of Beach Street.
Mr. Bartlett, since we have you here at the podium, do you have a timeline, especially specifically on the issue of right north of the bridge on Beach Street that you're talking about? That road's going to have to be raised. You know, I know they're designing, but what kind of timeline are we looking at getting this fixed?
So we're confident that we'll get the design and permitting done within the next 6 months, and then we'll move to construction, and then that's where we've got the funding lined up through Transform 386, and at the direction of council, we're also making a request to the state for a legislative appropriation as well.
Let me tag on to that just for a second. I was going to bring this up at the in closing comments. It fits a lot better here because we have all the public here, and Mrs. Shiver is here. I'm a little concerned with your explanation, thinking about the flooding on the east side of Old Dixie. We've got heritage oaks that are dying because they're standing in water, and I think what you just described prevents water from being on the road, but it just conveys that water into the park across the street.
Well, if you look at the topography of that area, everything generally moves from a west to east. Even prior to the development, the topography prior to any of the development, you had a west to east movement of the flow. So it's essentially, there was a section there where there was a low spot in the road, and the water was pooling mainly because the road was acting like a dam. But if you were to remove all the infrastructure out of there and go back 150 years ago to what the natural topography was, everything wants to go from west to east. Now, you've heard me talk about we're in a period of high rain, higher than average rain, high intensity rainstorms. So we're seeing a lot more water in that area, move in that area. But the general natural flow of the water is from west to east, and you can see it through the topography that we have going all the way back, you know, maps going all the way back 50 years. So I'm not here to say that that's not occurring. It probably is, but it's because we're getting a lot of rain, and that's the direction it wants to go. It naturally wants to move to that location.
Well, that may be, and it is. I don't doubt you that the water goes west to east, but we've never had standing water there that's killing, 100, 150-year-old oak trees. So something different is happening. The last development that went in on Halifax Plantation immediately started flooding the road and sending water across the road into the park. So I don't understand how this is going to help save the park and the oak trees there. I guess we will see. So you have multiple culverts under the road?
We installed one recently at a location where the water was pooling on the road. We have other culverts in other locations.
Okay. So we're preserving the road.
We're maintaining the natural flow.
Okay. All right. Troy, you were done? Yes. Okay. And then Councilman Robbins for item D.
Thank you, Chair. Item D, great item. And last year, Council, with your help, we engaged in this campaign to review and expand our ADA accessibility so that others that are mobility impaired, whether they're elderly or handicapped, they can experience and enjoy some of the same amenities that we all do and enjoy things just as much as everyone else. Brad, are you able to give a quick thank you.
Overview. So the Eco Rover chairs, I think we're the first county in the state to have one. There's other park system, state parks that have them here in our county, but the feedback we receive from the community constantly is we want to be able, people who are mobility impaired, to explore our preserves. And so this is just one way we've planned to do that. In the future, we have a plan to do a kind of like the Water Management District does on one of their properties, a driving trail, so you could stay in your car and explore the preserve. But this will be stationed at Lyonia. It's our only manned preserve, so in order to remain efficient, we'll have it at Lyonia Environmental Center. But when we won Landowner of the Year for our hunt program last year, we asked FWC what could take our program to the next level. And the Eco Rover chair was the suggestion, because we do special opportunity hunts on our preserves for wounded veterans. So when we have that, we'll take the chair from Lyonia up to Barberville, and also young youth hunt. So if we have it where we have mobility impaired youth, we'll be able to take the chair to Longleaf Pine Preserve for those hunts as well.
Thank you, Brad. And if you can, just at your convenience with Georgia's support, if we can get out a newsletter or something that we can post.
Clayton and I already talked about it
There
this
you go.
morning.
Good man. Thank you so much, Brad.
Yes, and 10,000 of it was grant money from a private foundation. That was the success story.
Ben, are you still down there? He's in. You could come. I want to go back to E real quick, because I'm just thinking about.
Before you do, Chairman, can I have a comment on what Mr. Robbins pulled up about the Eco Rover chair?
ID? Yes.
So, Mr. Burbaugh, so the Eco Rover chair, $16,000 and $10,000 is a grant. It just at some point, not today. Just I need some more information on it, just because like when you Google an Eco Rover chair, I mean I see some of these all-terrain chairs that are unbelievable looking, look like a tank almost, for $8,200 to other ones that are $1,500, and I'm just like $16,000. My question to staff was, so how many of these Eco Rover chairs are we receiving? And they said 1, and I was like, gosh, man, that was like 12 times more than my first car, you know? So just I need some more information in the future from you about that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. Just had one more question about E. You know, what you said is true. The water travels west to east, but when you have 150-year-old oak trees dying, they've been through hurricanes. They've been through fluctuations in water, and there wasn't enough water there to die. The stormwater plan for the Halifax Plantation, the new subdivision, should have retained their water, shouldn't it? And who approved it? The city or the county? The stormwater
Halifax Plantation was approved in the county. It's a unincorporated development. They should retain the difference between the pre-post, so that, as we've explained, is pre-development site, certain amount of water flows off. Post-development, you got to retain not just the rate, the attenuation, but also you have to retain the volume. So you can't increase the volume over what the pre-development condition was. I can tell you, after Matthew, we saw some water over the road, and after Ian, we saw water over the road, and our staff went through those developments looking for any changes in the permits or discharges or pumping or anything, that wasn't in, didn't match their permitted plans, or anything that would have, been causing that flooding due to some sort of maintenance issue or something like that. And we couldn't find anything. And, based on what we saw there, I even went and walked through the woods on the east side of Old Dixie. I got, 5 or 6 ticks I had to remove when I got home to prove it. But, it's interesting through there. There's, kind of the natural topography and everything. There's some areas where water can get impounded and things like that. Obviously, being the state park, we don't have the ability to go in there and modify it. But the conclusion that we came to, based on everything that we saw and looked at, is it was a combination of, and you said that they've gone through hurricanes, but as we've talked about, different hurricanes have different amounts of rain, and then combined with the elevated rain levels that we're seeing the last 8 or 9 years, we really think it's just an increase in water level. And you're seeing flooding on Walter Boardman and High Bridge and down by, Beach Street by the bridge, and that's tidally influenced. There's no development adjacent to those areas either. So I think it's a combination of those things. And it's not that we totally dismissed the possibility that there was something going on in those developments. We went in there, looked at them, met with the HOA folks that maintain their systems, compared what was going on to the original permitted plans, and we didn't find any smoking gun, if you will, that would have caused this additional flow across the road.
Who's responsible for determining if they're retaining the right amount of water and just letting the normal amount travel east?
Well, so during the design process, when they're applying for permits from both the county and the Water Management District, the engineer of record who designs the system, there's one right there, is responsible for ensuring that they meet the pre-post conditions. Obviously, those plans are reviewed by staff at both agencies to ensure that the engineer is doing it right. It's modeled for those different storm events, and that's how you, and then it's constructed per those plans, and that's how you ensure that it's meeting the pre-post.
Did Parker design this one? So the engineer that designs it is responsible for making sure it works?
Well, he's one cog in the wheel, so to speak. I mean, the engineer is responsible for designing it, but it's not that there's no checks to ensure that what they're doing. I mean, that's what we do as far as our plans review. Our development review staff go through and reviews their calculations, their models, reviews all their assumptions on the seasonal high. This is actually a great primer for what you're going to hear at the February 11th meeting when we really go in depth on the stormwater rules and everything like that. Tad's going to give a pretty interesting overview on a lot of this stuff. We're just scratching the surface of it here today.
Yeah, it is a good primer, and honestly, that's what concerns me, because we keep hearing that, you know, proper engineering is done to prevent the water from going, and yet here we have an area with old growth heritage oaks that are dying, and it's just, well, we've had a lot of rain. That's what we hear. That's what I hear every time, and then we go on to the next one and have the same issue. So I'll look forward to the meeting. You're going to talk about this on the 11th?
Sir.
Okay.
Actually, Tad will be leading that discussion.
All right, thank you. And Troy Kent, do you have a question for?
Just a brief comment, Chairman, on what you're speaking about, and I am appreciative of your efforts with that, and I'll tell you why my mind is a little more at ease, and that is at I think our last meeting or the one before that, we had a graph posted, and it showed the rainfall with 11 inches is our max, by the way. 11 inches, our stormwater can handle it. Over 11 inches, it's a problem. And they showed, you know, the last 120, 140 years. And for 80 years, I think there were 3 events in 80 years where that rain went over there. And in the past 20 years, it was either 7 or 9 events, if my memory is right, that has gone over that 11-inch threshold. So we have had... It's unlike what we've seen ever, because they've been keeping data on that. So that's the only reason, Chairman, where I'm not pounding the same drum that you are on this issue, because I do believe that the amount of rain that we've had in the past 20 years has been incredible. I wish we'd had it in the summer of 1998, but we didn't.
Okay, thank you. Then we will, I don't see any other questions. We'll call for the vote on the consent agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda is passed 7-0, which brings us to item 3, continuation of the road program. And is Tad going to do that?
Good morning, Tad Casebeer, County Engineer. Picking up from where we left off last meeting, we're talking about different ways to allocate money that may be specifically earmarked from the general fund for transportation projects. The first aspect that we were recommending was taking a look at some of our capital level projects. These are projects where the budget is rather high. The work level would require quite a bit of time. That's what separates them from simple maintenance level projects overall. So we already have 2 projects in our road program that were previously approved by council. The Old Mission Road project, where we're going from Josephine to Park, we are relocating either the road or the canal that's immediately adjacent to it. Doesn't meet safety standards. We aren't adding lanes, we aren't adding capacity. It's nothing along those lines. It's simply just bringing the road up to current safety standards. which is pretty much what we're doing with all these projects. We also have Pioneer Trail from I-95 west over to Tomoka Farms Road. We'll be relocating either the ditches or a section of the road, adding paved shoulders, again, just bringing an area up to safety, current safety standards. We have other projects, other road segments where we've identified safety issues. These 5 in particular have what I would consider more pressing safety issues. We have quite a few roads that don't have paved shoulders. They don't have the adequate clear zone that we would need. There's so many that it doesn't make sense to list them all. These 5 have particular items that need to be considered and addressed. Reed Canal Road, LPGA, both have large canals immediately adjacent to the road. Very similar to the situation we have at Old Mission. Not quite as dire as at Old Mission. There's actually enough room to put guardrail in those sections where we have it. We also have other projects like Jacobs Dairy in Old New York, where we have ditches immediately adjacent to it, no paved shoulders or any sidewalks in an area where we regularly expect pedestrians. And then County Road 3, similar to those other 2 that I just mentioned, Old New York and Jacobs Dairy, with the exception that it also has narrow lanes with it as well. So you don't really have much room to maneuver if there were somebody that were walking along the edge or riding their bike in that area overall. So these are projects that we would look to fund at least partially with that money. We have some safety money that we set aside each year from gas tax. A large portion of that gets eaten up with the 2 projects that we have, and whatever remains we put generally into intersection improvements, turn lanes, those types of things to offset known safety problems. So, Ben?
Thanks, Tad. So, as Tad mentioned, he spoke through some of the capital projects that we would look to fund using this additional money from the general fund. At the maintenance level, one of the big maintenance costs that we incur is resurfacing. So that pie chart you see on there is actually our latest information that we have from running the road analysis in 2024. And the good news is we're improving. We had a major focus on local roads. During the recession, we focused mainly on thoroughfares as money became tight, and local roads needed some love, so to speak. And so what you can see is our backlog, i.e. the number of roads with a PCI ranking. That's the pavement condition index. It's basically a grade 0 to 100. Our backlog of roads less than PCI 40 dropped from 2021, where it was 11.5% to just under 4%. So that is a huge improvement. We did increase our budget for 24-25, roughly 3%. But what we've also seen is our overall PCI, if you take the average of the network, it increased. But our thoroughfare PCI actually dropped a little bit. And so we anticipate focusing moving forward on resurfacing on thoroughfare roads. So even though a 2-lane road, which is typically a local road, has a certain amount of lane miles, a thoroughfare typically has considerably more and is more expensive to resurface. So the cost to maintain the current PCI, we anticipate is going to go up. A, because we're going to focus on thoroughfare roads, and B, just inflation in general. So, we want to make sure that we're maintaining that PCI, that we're keeping that backlog light so that our road network is up to standard. So we anticipate needing additional revenue to fund and maintain our current resurfacing program to ensure the road network is functioning as it should. And then the other thing we're looking at, we did a kind of a little bit of a pilot project this year using a pavement preservation technique called Cape Seal. So we picked about 7 or 8 roads in the northern area of Ormond by the Sea that some of them were pretty low on the scale, and some of them it was a neighborhood. So you had a couple roads that were pretty low and then a couple of them that were mid. And so we utilized this Cape Seal technique, which is a pavement preservation. It costs 40 to 50% of what a typical resurfacing costs, and it extends the life of that asphalt. So with this additional funding, we're going to look to expand this program and try to make our resurfacing dollars go further. And we're focusing on local roads where this will work. You typically don't see it on your high traffic roads and things like that, but this is something that we can do that extends the life of the pavement. And as Every person who maintains roads likes to show the PCI curve there. You don't want to let your roads get too far down the list, then it requires a full rebuild. So this is a way to keep those roads in good shape and extend the amount of money that you're spending, or extend the effectiveness of the money you're spending on road resurfacing. And finally, other projects that we have identified for this additional funding include our bridge maintenance projects. So in about a month or so, we're going to be doing a major rehab on the concrete decking on Knox Bridge up on High Bridge Road up on the loop. We still need to do the east side decking, and we have that planned for upcoming fiscal year. We also have Main Street Bridge. Main Street Bridge, it requires a lot of maintenance coming up, and to include cathodic protection, which is the rust prohibiting, painting. We have to replace the submarine cable that connects both sides, and then we are in the process of a major mechanical rehabilitation. So we estimate the total cost of these repairs to be around $18.4 million. Now we're going to break them up into separate projects. We're not going to do them all at once, but this will be a major place where we can spend a lot of this money over the next few years. And then we do have our scour critical bridges, which are the bridges that experienced erosion during the hurricanes. And we currently have 2 of these bridges in design. We have plans to submit them because they were directly related to storms, to submit them for Transform 386 funding, but we still would like to provide a match and not apply for 100% funding on those. So we anticipate using some of this money for these projects as well. Going forward, as we move through the budget process and identify the funding areas where we're going to apply this money, we'll identify in the budget so council can see which projects are receiving this additional money from year to year, and so you can understand where that's going towards and making sure that y'all agree to it. Happy to answer any questions you might have on any of these projects going forward.
Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Ben, thank you for pointing out about the Cape Seal, because I had heard about that. And I was curious, with respect to, I know you use those on lower traveled roads, higher travel roads, what is the life expectancy of a road that we resurface?
Well,
without the Cape Seal.
So it depends, you know, on traffic and things like that.
Yeah.
Local roads, you're hoping to get 20, 25, maybe 30 years out of a resurfacing. On your thoroughfare roads, you're probably looking around 15 to 20 years, maybe less, maybe more, depending on the traffic and the types of uses. Heavy trucks plays a big part. If a thoroughfare road sees a lot of heavy truck usage, think about like the interstates. They're resurfacing those roads pretty regularly. So it really depends on speed, traffic use, and things like that.
We have 3 companies that we use?
Correct.
All right. And of those 3 companies that we use, which are all local, which I love, have we seen their product doing better over time? You know, like most things, you get better about what you produce. You know, manufacture, especially these 3 companies that I'm referring to, have been in business for a while. And one of which I was very happy to see that we had the issue on Clyde Morse. They came out and fixed it. Super elated about them, so thanks to Massey for that.
Yes. So, you know, whenever you're doing any kind of construction project, but especially resurfacing, inspection is a very big part of what we're doing to make sure they're using the right mix, to make sure the temperature's right when the asphalt comes out, they're using the right.
And we do the core type of study with it as well.
We do the cores and everything like that. So to say one is better than the other, our goal through the inspection process would be to make sure they're all equally good.
I say they are.
And they're not to say that there aren't issues like you referenced, but you know, that's why we have warranty periods and things like that, and we go back and check. And if there was an issue like you referencing over there on with Massey, they came out and
Clyde Morse,
made the repair.
Which I was, and it made it good. So, one last question: the Main Street Bridge. I know that there's been we've talked about it over the past year. I'm certainly happy to see that we're looking at doing those repairs. I look at on the other side of that bridge. Obviously, we can't build a new bridge.
I wouldn't say never.
Well, it's going to prove to be difficult trying to where those properties are located. You might have to push out properties. I don't want to see that. There are a lot of businesses on that side. There's always an argument about how that area suffers because it's seasonal. And I can only imagine how it would suffer if we eliminated that bridge altogether. So I'm happy to see that, so.
Well, you know, maintaining bridges is kind of a catch-22.
And that one proves to be more difficult because it is
movable.
a movable bridge.
It's a long fixed bridge with a movable portion in the middle.
Yep.
But you know, all of us who have been involved in maintaining bridges, you know, when you let a bridge, or when a bridge gets to a point where it's in dire need of repair, that's when the federal government will step in a lot of times through the state and give you money to
And they eval those as well, correct?
Correct. Every year these bridges the movable bridges get inspected every year because they inspect the movable parts one year and then the fixed parts.
Okay, and last question, I promise. You say it has to be done in stages. Is it safe to prolong that over a period of time to do that in stages? I mean, the bridge itself totally?
Well, when I say
structurally?
we do it in stages, it's not that like a painting contractor is not the same guy who's going to do the sub cable.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So there would be separate projects. They may be concurrent, but they may just be bid out separately.
Okay, I got you. I thank you for clarifying.
I'm going to interject in that, you know, we're going to put $18.4 million into keeping this bridge going. Because if you decided today you did want to replace that bridge, you'd be looking at 6 or 7 years before you ever saw construction. So they have to think about that. But also you're going to have to think about replacement at a certain time. The bridge was built in 1954, I think, or something like that. So the parts that are in there, you know, well, what happens now is, and we've had to do this, there's only a few places in the country that machine the parts. They make them. So when something breaks on that bridge, there's no going anywhere and getting a part. It has to be made because the stuff is that old. So we will eventually have to deal.
How long do you think we look at that as far as replacement?
Well,
you had to guess.
The DOT, we've had discussions with the DOT, and they're putting it on their bridge replacement
Oh, they are?
list.
Okay.
So, you know, Veterans Memorial was 43 million. This bridge is considerably longer. You know, it's not just the movable part. And, you know, the high rise at this location would be difficult because the location of the channel in relation to the west side of the river.
Okay.
So can you get the landing and things like that? I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it would be difficult. So do you get into a situation, do you go back with another movable bridge? Do you go back with a mid-rise? There's all kinds of questions, but it would be very expensive and very time consuming. And in the meantime, it's our bridge to maintain, and we got to make sure that
We have to maintain it, but we also have to look at economically how it impacts the people on the other side as well as businesses. So thank you for clarifying.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman. Ben, do we know the main cause, or is there a main cause of the degradation of our roads? Is it rutting from heavy traffic? Is it cracking? Is it potholes from moisture and standing water?
It's all kinds of things. So when we do the pavement analysis, you know, they're looking at all, you know, you got scabbing, you got alligator cracking, you got potholes, you got all these kinds of things. You know, a good indication of a unique use would be the Bellevue extension at Clyde Morris, where all the garbage trucks go and they stop because they're all going to that Waste Pro facility right there, and you see the rutting and things. You see a little bit at the landfill, you know, entrance at Tomoka Farms Road. So it's a number of things, but ultimately it really comes down to the usage, the amount of traffic on the road, and then the type of traffic.
And are we adjusting what we do to that piece of the road based on what's going on, or is it?
Yeah, I'll let Tad speak to it, but our thoroughfare road construction standard is different than a local road standard.
Correct. So we too, when we go in and rehab a road section and either reconstruct it or add lanes, we do take a look at what the existing usage is. You know, when you think of a road, it's not just the pavement on top. There's the base material underneath, and that adds a large part to the structural capability. Ben had mentioned quite a few of the factors that can have an effect on your road condition. Water is one of the biggest. A lot of our older roads are lower elevation, so that base material can sit in water, and that's what creates a lot of those, you know, you see rutting problems. It's usually a situation like that. A vast majority of the problems are, has been described, but water is a big part of that as well. The one thing I would note about asphalt or even concrete is they are temporary. There's no such thing as a permanent solution. The concrete gives you a longer life cycle, but it's more expensive up front, and rehabilitation can be tough. You've seen, if you've been around on 92 between DeLand and Daytona, the DOT has been constantly working on that over the last 15 years after a period where they didn't work on it for the 20 some odd years before that. So once it gets to the end of its life cycle, it can take quite a bit. But there's no permanent solution. And the sun by itself will break down a road segment, the asphalt.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Before you go away, I wasn't going to ask about 17, but that's or 92, that's an interesting point. Will that ever be transferred from concrete to asphalt, or is concrete better through that stretch?
Usually when you have a high water table, that's when concrete is the best for you. It doesn't fluctuate as much. As I mentioned, the base material has a large effect on asphalt. It has a minimal effect on concrete. So short of going out there and putting a lot of fill and raising that road up, I don't foresee them doing that. There are situations where if the concrete's in such bad shape, it does make sense to replace that. And asphalt, again, is cheaper, so they've done that in a couple of locations at either end that I've seen. But
I kind of like it. It keeps you awake at night if you're driving home late. The question I wanted to ask, you piqued my curiosity when you talked about the lifespan of a road, 20 to 30 years. I lived on a dirt road when I moved west. I liked it because it cut down on traffic, and the guy, whoever you had grading that road, was just magical. It was an older guy, did a great job. But we had neighbors that complained probably once a week about the dirt road. So you paved it, and if my memory, do you remember how long ago that was? It's been 20 years, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah, probably 20, 25 years.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If my memory serves me correctly, I watched him pave it, and the guy graded it just perfectly, and then it seemed like he just put down gravel and asphalt on top of it. Where I'm going is that this is not a complaint. 25 years later, it's in amazing shape. And now, instead of just getting a few local cars, we get a lot of not too much. It's okay, but we get a lot of cut throughs to Spartan, and from heavy trucks to, well, we don't allow electric vehicles in our neighborhood, but but it's done amazing. Is that still when you're looking at paving some of our dirt roads? Is that still the system you would use?
They use something different, but you're welcome. I paved that road 25 years ago, but that was at that time we were using a new method called an open grade asphalt. We did use crushed concrete, I believe, recycled concrete for the base, and then an open grade asphalt, and then on top of that, several years later, we put the normal hot mix that they use today. I think after experimenting through the years, we came to the conclusion that the open grade, there was raveling issues, and if we can't get to it and get that cap on it, it would fall apart too quickly. So I think they went to a thicker base and a hot mix. They can explain that. But at the end of the day, those roads worked as long as you got there with that hot mix on the top in a timely manner.
So today we do a lot of our dirt road paving in-house with our own paving crew. Actually, we do most of it. And so what we
did Dawson Brown in-house.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what we do is, so when you build a road, you have like basically 3 layers. A local road, you have a stabilized subgrade, which is a mix of dirt and a lot of times clay to provide kind of a little bit of a sub base, and then you have your lime rock or crushed concrete base, and then your asphalt. So on dirt roads, that dirt road has been compacted like you would not believe typically. Mm-hmm. And so what we do is almost what you described. We come in and we scrape it. We scrape a couple inches off of the dirt and get down to that really hard packed dirt, and then we come back in with a crushed concrete base, and then we go over the top with asphalt. And it works great on dirt roads, typically because, like you say, dirt roads don't see a ton of traffic, and so even after we pave it, unless it turns into a cut through, you don't see a dramatic increase in paving, and they seem to hold up pretty well.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions at this point?
Nope.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, I mean, we'll see you'll see the projects listed in the upcoming budget. But if you have any questions or anything you wanted to add specifically on this, otherwise we're good to proceed with applying that money moving forward.
Okay, what's the feeling of the council? Do I have a motion to approve the amount and the direction in which the money is being spent?
Move to approve, Johansson.
Second.
Councilman Johansson makes a motion to approve, second by Vice Chair Kent. Any other questions? I'm sorry. I got half of it right. Vice Chair Reinhardt. It's old habits. Yeah. Any other questions, comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And
I do want to note that Mr. Santiago is out of the room.
we will ask him when he comes back. Right now, it is 6-0. That takes us to item 4, Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery. And Donna Butler.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. Donna Butler, Director of the Office of Recovery and Resiliency. So before you today are 3 infrastructure projects for nonprofits. They all suffered greatly during actually both storms. They applied for this funding after Hurricane Ian when we first released the infrastructure grants, and all 3 of them have indicated to me that they have had subsequent flooding or damage following Hurricane Milton. The first in front of you is for SMA. Theirs is a small request of $371,000. They have fixed the internal damage to their facility that was even more severe during Milton. This will fix potential flooding in the future by girding the outside to not allow water in, and then also having protection on their doorways, which is a huge source of water infiltration. The Pace Center for Girls is requesting $3 million to build a new facility. Their current facility is at 208 Central Avenue in Ormond Beach. It's on the historic register of the National Historic Register, and so there's minimal work that can be done to that building. They are proposing to build a new facility at 410 Clyde Morris Boulevard to facilitate that program there. Finally is the Domestic Abuse Council requesting $900,000. They too received damage from both storms, so this will work to fix that damage and mitigate against future storms. Representatives from each of the agencies are here to answer any questions that I am not able to answer for you.
Thank you. Questions from the council? Councilman Robbins.
No questions, Chair. This motion to approve as presented the Community Development Block Grant and Disaster Recovery Infrastructure Grants.
Second. Or Jake, that's fine.
Motion to approve by Councilman Robbins and the second by Councilman Johansson. No questions? No comments? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you very much. And that is approved 7-0. We'll go back to item 3 for Mr. Santiago. What's your
Yes.
vote on that one? So it is 7-0 on the road program. Item 5, you know what? We had 3 people that wanted to speak. You got voted on and approved, but if you would still like to speak, Sheila Jordan. You can come say thank you.
Is dancing allowed on this platform?
Yes.
Good morning. I'm Sheila Jordan. I'm the Executive Director of Pace Center for Girls, Volusia Flagler. Thank you all so incredibly much, not just for your decision today, but for your support of our organization and girls for 30 years nearly. We'll celebrate 30 years. But I wanted to give you an opportunity to meet Gracie, who is a recent PACE graduate.
Hi, my name is Gracie. I'm now a freshman at Daytona State College. Because of PACE and the funding they gave me, it helped me to get there. So just thank you very much for everything. Yeah.
Congratulations. You're welcome. Tekoa, you still here? Also from PACE.
So from PACE Center for Girls, I had a chance to meet you all a couple months back, and nothing else to be added, but thank you so much.
Thank you. Heather Lovejoy.
Hi, I'm also from PACE Center for Girls. I'm the director of our capital project. So just a great thank you, as I'll be able to move forward on this project. And we're just so excited to be able to move into a space where our program can be more resilient. And I also just want to ensure you that our design includes quite a bit of design features to reduce hurricane wind impact, and a generator tap box in case of long-term electrical outages. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, item 5, Environment and Natural Resource Advisory Committee Annual Report and Work Plan. And the changing of the guard.
Good morning, Clay Urban, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Also joining from staff will be Samantha West, the Director of our Resiliency, as well as Ginger Dare, our Division Director for Environmental Management. Part of the enabling legislation that created NRAC, the Environment and Natural Resource Advisory Committee, required that they provide the council with a summary of what they accomplished from the previous year, as well as a pending work program for the upcoming year. So today we're able to have Melissa Lammers, who is the chairman, be able to present that information. At that time, the council can accept the report and comment on the work program, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you, Mr. Urban. And just for the record, I reside in District 4, Mr. Kent's district. Happy New Year. Congratulations on being Vice Chair, Mr. Reinhardt. NRAC is an extension of you, the County Council, and your Volusia County Home Rule Charter responsibility to have minimum standards to protect the environment and to prevent substantial adverse effects on it. Our role is to bring to you recommendations for updating those standards and the ordinances that will support them. To ensure balanced representation, there are many professions represented on NRAC: agriculture, commercial development, environmental science, accounting, land use law, environmental engineering, community planning, commercial real estate, environmental advocacy, architecture, and marketing. So you can imagine we do have vigorous discussions before we bring those recommendations to you. Our major accomplishment over the past year were the finalizing of ordinances for low impact development, or LID, and more, and for stormwater. Both of these should be transmitted to you this month, in fact, next week, I believe, at the Tuesday special meeting. All of us on NRAC, excuse me, have been moved by the suffering from flooding of our fellow citizens. Low impact development and revised stormwater ordinances should help to minimize future flooding, but we need a holistic approach. Our recommended 2025 work plan was agreed upon based in great part on what we gleaned from council meetings prior to January 14th special meeting. At that meeting, you discussed the many causes of flooding, from record rainfall to outdated stormwater ponds, to the elimination of or encroachment upon wetlands by construction, and more. That's what we've grappled with: a sense of great urgency to get revised ordinances to you, and an equally great sense of responsibility to get them right, and a recognition that there is no one silver bullet. No one silver bullet. We need multiple tools, and they're all interrelated. From nature-based solutions like wetlands to engineered solutions like stormwater basins, and floodplain management among them. Ultimately, we look to you to give us our priorities as you see them. We'll continue to do our best to address them as thoroughly as we're able. And last but not least, I would like to recognize the very hard work that staff does to help us understand problems and potential solutions from multiple angles. I think you got a glimpse of that on January 14th. They've been wonderful to work with, and we continue to support you as best we can. Thank you very much. If you have any questions.
You, Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the important update. I was curious, did, in any of the time that the NRAC committee got together, and thank you for your service also, was there any analysis or conversation on as it pertains to low impact development? Was there any discussion on pros and cons on this? Because this is, I'm thinking, is fairly new from my understanding, this concept. Was that looked at? Because we're going to adopt this, so let's say this, and 20, 30, 40 years from now, the effects of low impact development standards may or may not be up for review again, and did we do it right? Did we see potential or no warnings on how this could affect? So I'm guessing, I'm trying to say, are we being a little bit, trying to be visionary also and looked at examples of other low impact developments that may have had challenges that we can be ahead of in our policy implementation?
So first of all, and thank you for that question. It's a good one and it's a broad one. Yes, we did have deliberations, but I might mention that we have to go ordinance by ordinance, and LID is the new one we bring to you. We brought you a hybrid approach in which developers would be required to adopt 2 out of a broad menu of techniques or tactics that they could employ. And if they did more than that, their choice, they would get incentives. Because at the time that we brought that to you, which was October of 2023, you were under the restrictions of SB 250 and you could not approve that. So we have a completely voluntary approach at this time, and that is what is going to come before you next week. Low impact development may not be right in every single situation, or it might be very right in many situations, and that choice, especially under the hybrid approach, that choice lies with the developer. It is one tool in our toolkit. In terms of knowing about the future, none of us has a crystal ball. Some of the stormwater ponds that are currently not functioning optimally were not designed for the amounts of rainfall that we are having now. And really, whether you accept a stricter design standard for those stormwater ponds depends greatly on whether or not you believe that these rainfall patterns are anomalous, or if you believe that they are the new normal. And we have to look to science to give us their best guidance for that. We know that sea level rise is real. We know that that brings the water table up. And we know that that means that we have to change our design standards to deal with that. And there are always trade-offs. And that's why in my letter to you before the January 14th meeting, I said it was very important for citizens to understand some of these trade-offs so that they can be supportive of the solutions to them. I know that's a bit of a wonky answer, but we spent many hours on low impact development. I've tried to wrap it up for you. Please tell me if you'd like to know more.
No, thank you very much. I guess when we have our meeting to go in more in depth, some of that can be vetted out a little bit more. But I appreciate that it was part of the conversation because, right, we're up here now, but we got blamed for policies of the past, and I hope it's to another council in 2025 or 30 or 100 years from now. But we will do the best we can, I guess.
That's a good goal to aim for. I will see you next week.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Any other questions for Ginger Adair? Anybody else? Then do I have a motion?
Motion to accept the report.
Have a motion to accept.
Second, Johansson.
By Vice Chair Kent. And the second was by Councilman Johansson. Pardon me. No, we haven't voted yet. Okay, Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt. Okay, we have one member of the public that would like to speak, Jessica Gao.
Good morning, everyone. For the record, Jessica Gao. I'm going to say with NRAC, but with COBCOL, 1 Daytona Boulevard, Daytona Beach, Florida. I'm currently serving as vice chair of NRAC, but just here to speak as a citizen, really. Tried not to because sunshine law, but we'll disclose it at the next NRAC meeting. I do want to focus on something that I think Melissa said very, very well, which is that NRAC is really focused on how we develop in the future and the best practices and what we can build in, and some of that may trickle down into redevelopment and maybe some infill. But there's a large gap between what this committee can do in looking at land development regulations to fix existing flooding problems without additional help from this council. And so to any extent that I think all of our members would love to be involved in that discussion, when it goes outside of what the text of the code says and how we can update that, I think that we would be doing so a little bit in our individual capacities unless we got that policy direction from council that you'd like us to brainstorm those types of ideas. And so while we have a lot of passion on our group and a lot of diverse interests that I think is a fantastic group, we are also constrained by the policy direction of the enabling ordinance and the direction we get from this council. So we are here to help any way we can, and thank you guys for all of the support we've had so far.
Thank you. Important words. We have a motion and a second on the table to approve item 5, the annual report and work plan. Questions or comment? Jake Johansson.
Question, comment, Chairman. Jessica brought up a good point, and I think it's important. Maybe we can address it at the next meeting, but if we had that guidance to NRAC to take on something that they aren't currently, that isn't currently included in our direction, but they're all passionate about it, I go back to her previous comment on sunshine. If we include it, then they can talk about it once a month. Right now, it's not included, and they're talking about it over coffee, and they're all passionate about it, and they all have access to us, more so probably because they're members of the NRAC. I get emails from Melissa and Jessica all the time. So I caution, as I do with most advisory committees, of putting them under the umbrella of an advisory committee, which limits their passions and limits their ability to be tactical and agile in reporting back to us some good thoughts as individual citizens with passion. So those are my only comments on that and NRAC. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any other comments? Then all in favor of approving, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And item 5 is approved 7-0. That takes us to item 6, which is a quasi-judicial hearing. So in just a moment, I'll ask if there is any ex parte, but this is an appeal to the County Council of the Development Review Committee condition that the number of canines housed on the site cannot exceed 30 animals.
Ex parte, you said, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I did receive a phone call from a Volusia County law enforcement officer advocating for the applicant.
So did I.
Okay.
I did not receive that phone call, but I got emails that I think all of us got.
Yeah. So Councilman Robbins, Vice Chair Reinhardt, and Councilman Santiago all got phone calls. The rest of us got emails, multiple emails. So,
Mr. Chairman, before we can I get a moment if I can? Council members, I'm just remembering the last time we heard this. We spent a lot of time and just making an ask. Let's not rehash the questions that we asked last time and had the debate about that. I think staff and the applicant has gone to several conversations to see whatever that difference is and make a decision on it. Anyway, I'll leave it there.
Works for me, Clay Irvin.
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This item was continued by the County Council from the December 3rd, 2024 meeting in order to allow for the business owner, who is the appellant, to meet with neighbors, go over the request to exceed 30 dogs on the site, and discuss what could be done. Just to clarify the appeal, the business owner is appealing the Development Review Committee's approval of a site plan for this facility with the restriction that it cannot be occupied by more than 30 dogs as part of the operation. Their concern is that they have more dogs on that at the site that historically has been that way. Also, just kind of from a historical perspective, the previous business owner, who is still the property owner, initiated the operation many years ago, has gone through several iterations of this special exception, has gone through code issues because they have not obtained permits. Now they are trying to close out all of those issues so that they can close out the site plan, close out the building permits, fix the site for the wetlands and other aspects that they've impacted so that the business can continue to operate. We did have communications with the appellant, who indicated they did send out notices to affected property owners, and that no one was in attendance at that meeting. They also indicated that they are willing to amend their request from 100 dogs to 75 dogs if that is something that the council would be willing to entertain. That being the case, I will allow them to speak about what other issues may be at hand, and we'll be here and available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Would the owners like to speak first?
Thank you, members of the council. My name is Joseph Kovashesh. I'm an attorney from the Lowndes Law Firm. I have a few other members of the appellant team here with me who want to offer some comments on behalf of the business. I agree for the most part with the representations by staff. Just to sort of set up and remind you all of the history, the facility has been operating at its location for about 20 or so years, maybe a few years more than that. My client, Southern Coast Canine, the client ownership team purchased that business in 2020. The property owner continued to run it until about 2023, when the new ownership team took over day-to-day operations. When we purchased the property, in all candor, we had no idea there were, the ongoing zoning issues with the special exception. The owner said he would handle all that stuff. Right? We were not involved in the site plan approval process, which was one of the conditions for the special exception. We had no idea that 30 dog limit would be imposed until we got the final approved development order back in August or September of this year. It was not a condition we agreed to. It was not a condition we knew about. When we purchased the facility, there were bays for about 100 dogs. And historically, it was our understanding the facility had operated with about 100 dogs. Since we found out about the limit, we have done what we can to reduce the number of dogs on site. But these are specially trained dogs. Shelters won't take them. We can't just open our doors and let these dogs run free. So as I said last time, we've been working to reduce the number of dogs on site. It's currently averaging about 60 dogs that are there. If we are not successful in this appeal, we ask for some time to come into compliance, because again, we can't just open the doors and let these dogs out. We have to find them homes. We have to find them someplace to go. But we do very much want to find a number above 30 that the council is comfortable with, and then allows us to continue the operation of our business. We have a lot of support from law enforcement. We did hold a neighbor meeting. We invited every neighbor to the property. Nobody came. We gave email addresses and phone numbers in there. Nobody contacted us. On Friday, I got a few of these emails sent to me that Staff got a couple weeks ago, and about 15 minutes ago, I got some additional emails that have come in since then. So I've not had a lot of time to go through these. I will point out a few of these say they're fine with the number of dogs that are there now. There appears to be a mistaken assumption that we currently have 30 and we're asking to increase that to 100. And that's simply not the case. Last time we talked about 75 dogs. That would be wonderful. That would allow us to continue. Unfortunately, to my disappointment, staff has not had a meaningful conversation with us about a number. I believe staff was just relying on what the neighbors said. And again, no neighbors engaged with us directly about the number. So we have been unable to talk to anybody about a different number. Again, we would be happy with 75 if the council approves that. But if there's some other number, we'd like to have a conversation about it. We'd like to have it considered. I'm going to defer to a few members of my team to offer some other comments. I would ask to reserve a few minutes. I understand there are some folks here, some neighbors who want to speak on the issue. I would respectfully request a few minutes to address any new comments or any comments that they have at this meeting, if I may. Right now, Chris, you want to?
I don't have any comments right now. Just good morning, council. Christopher Pate with the law firm Banker Lopez Gassler.
Please use the microphone so that public can hear.
Good morning, council. Christopher Pate with the law firm Banker Lopez Gassler, co-counsel for the appellant.
Christina Leopold with Southern Coast Canine. I think I spoke to you before. I think that was well said by our attorney. We just want to come to, I would like to work with our neighbors. We just haven't had a chance to. I don't know why, but they don't know me. And I think that if they got to know me, they would discover that I do care and that we do want to come to a resolution that works for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from council. Councilman Santiago?
Staff question first. We're here today for an appeal, correct?
Yes, sir.
Of our previous decision.
Of the Development Review Committee's approval of the site plan with a restriction of 30 dogs.
Correct. Thank you for reminding me. In our agenda packet, we have information regarding a variance, right?
Right, yes.
Options, I guess, for variance, right? Was the variance approach discussed with the applicant as an option?
Not a variance. Basically, it's this, and one of the things that staff has to do is provide the council with the different options they have. The first option you have is to accept the information provided by the appellant, indicating that that the DRC did not have substantial grounds to authorize the approval of the site plan with a limitation of only 30 dogs, and that they can go forward now without any limitation per se. And once they clean up the building permits and clean up the site plan, they're good to go. That's if you approve their appeal. If you deny the appeal, they still have the opportunity to apply for an amendment to the existing special exception to come forward through the public hearing process at the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission and ultimately in front of you for approval of this, subject to any kind of additional information that they want to talk to us about in regards to how they can mitigate further complaints that we've received from the residents.
Okay, thank you for that. And one more question. I remember when we dealt with some dog kennel issue here in the council also. I think it was a variance or it might have been a special exception.
Special exception.
Okay, similar. And in that process that we dealt with, there were certain requirements that particular property had to do with a berm or trees and distances and stuff like that. Do we know if this property complies or are they willing to comply? Are there any discussions around that?
Similar operation, but not 100%. That was a facility where they were going to actually have dog shows where they do basically the outside agility and those types of things. So there were limitations on the hours of operation. because the residents did have neighbors come in to complain about the potential noise. They were required to do additional buffering around the property lines where they were adjacent to single-family homes.
So if they went through the amendment of the special exception, those standards or those new, I'll just say new standards, for lack of a better term, would be part of the discussion to put forward before the council?
That could be, again, when you look at special exceptions, one of the things that the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission and the County Council can do is identify additional conditions that they feel are appropriate. Remember what a special exception is. In our zoning ordinance, you have uses that are permitted by right. That means you come in, you meet the zoning regulations, you meet all the other land development regulations, you get a building permit, you go. A special exception means this use may be appropriate in some of these areas where this zoning is, but subject to certain conditions. And we have to go through this hearing process so that way we're making sure that it is, a round peg going into a round hole. So again, as part of the special exception process, staff, Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, and the County Council can identify conditions that are site-specific to address potential concerns.
Okay, and if we approve the appeal that they're requesting, that essentially is just saying no limit.
Right now, the way that the application came through back in 2022, there were questions about the number of dogs. The property owner's attorney, Joey Posey from Storch Law Firm, indicated 30 dogs were the maximum. This was conferred into the staff report that was part of the special exception. If the council feels that that was not sufficient for the special exception to have that as a limitation, then there is no limitation other than what they may proffer here today.
Okay, and then if we deny the appeal, they have the option to go towards amending the special exception and go through the staff process and come back.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Danny, before I call on you, I want to make sure his questions, I'm just reading what's on the screen. We could also approve it and allow for the facility to hold 75 dogs today.
Yes, sir.
And then it wouldn't have to come back.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman Clay. What do we have for enforcement arms in place to protect our residents? The majority of my complaints that come in are speed in that area, speeding, and noise. I know, go ahead.
Meadow Lane is a private road, so we do not have law enforcement on that. But we do have Chapter 50 of the Code of Ordinances, which pertains to the noise ordinance. So they could file a complaint, they being the adjacent property owners, indicating, and there's two different methods of doing that. There's one where a decibel meter is read at the property line to see if it exceeds the limits that are in the code. The other is basically annoying noise and sound, which requires the property owner to file an affidavit, and we process that through the circuit court.
Thank you. I don't know if this is out of bounds because evidence-wise, but I got to ask this question. Do we know if the appellate is able to either proactively, I mean, they're here today, add any noise barriers, anything additionally that they've done to prepare for this ask? Just my biggest concern, I said, is the residents around there, and I'm trying to find a middle ground for this.
Anything that they proffered to you today can be, and I'm looking to Mr. Osorio to address the issue with the appeal. If they come up and say they're willing to do X, Y, and Z, and they believe that is sufficient to address the potential noise complaints, that's something that the council can take in consideration when making their decision.
Okay.
Thank you. Paul Sawyer, Senior Assistant County Attorney. That's correct. This is an appeal, de novo. So essentially think of it as a do-over. You have the DRC's actions and recommendations, but you can approve the appeal, you can approve the appeal with alternate conditions, or you can deny the appeal. Additionally, regarding noise complaints, noise complaints can occur regardless of the number of dogs, because it's, more likely you will get a noise complaint with more dogs, but that's not a guarantee. You can get a noise complaint with 5 dogs or 10 dogs.
Sure.
We handle and treat noise complaints on, as they come in and prosecute them and, regardless of, the conditions on the permit.
Do we know if we've been, if there's ever been any violations there, noise complaints that have
I
been
believe
followed
there
through on?
were 2 previous noise complaints. I think those persons have moved. There may be one in process right now, but that's being processed.
Has
So
any of them been prosecuted or held accountable for those noise complaints in the past? Do we know?
well, we're processing them, so we can't.
Okay. Thanks.
Councilman Johansson.
Yeah, so interesting that, thank you, Chairman. Interesting that we already have noise complaints, because I basically was going to complain to get somebody out there with a decibel reader to find out what it actually is. The fact that we don't have that information here is probably something we should have asked for last time. So if this does get kicked down the road yet again, I would like somebody to go out there at random times and check it, because that's the main complaint. The other complaint, and Clay, I know this is somewhere in the packet. I think I read it in this one or the other one, but who owns the road?
It's a private road. It's basically
Privately owned by who?
the property owners are adjacent to it. It's not a county maintained facility.
Got it. So no one person it's the whole group of them, including these folks.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So a couple of things bother me. I guess we're in question. So I'll just tell you that the fact that these folks can't get together on a weekday or a weekend and come up with a speed limit that they all agree, including somebody said our law enforcement zips up and down. I don't know what zips means, but and that we don't have a decibel reading on the dogs, and we do have a law that states you can't go over that. To me, that's the limit. If you can have 500 dogs and they all fit and they're quiet, or they don't encroach on the neighbors above the dB limit, then I'm fine with this. But I'll wait for debate. Thank you, Chairman.
I do
Go
need
ahead.
to clarify, there's 2 sections in Chapter 50 that pertain to noise. One is very specific in regards to where you have decimal levels established. Then 2 sections later in 50-478, it's loud, disturbing, or unnecessary noises. That does not require a decibel meter to be utilized. That's basically a neighbor saying that my neighbor has X going on. It's loud, it's annoying. I'm filing an affidavit with the Volusia County Sheriff's Office, and I want this prosecuted. And that is what we are in the process of doing right now. Those types of complaints, we have to process those through the circuit courts. So I just want to make sure that there's clarity in regards. And the complaints that we have received so far are not tied to Section 476 or 50-476. They're tied to 50-478. I hate to split hairs, but that's...
Still like to hear what the decibel limit is. If I can tie it to that, it makes it a lot easier for me, and it makes it a lot easier to give a little latitude if it is below. Because you know what? Sometimes the frogs in my retention pond out front keep me awake. I can't do anything about that, can I? So, thanks.
Thank you. Can you bring up slide 635? Just a picture of the area. Next one.
Is that the one?
That's the one on the right. Can we get just the right? That's good. That's fine. I'm curious, Clay, and I don't know if you know the answer to this or the owners. There's 2 things that I'm considering here. One is how long has the business been there, and were the neighbors here, or did the neighbors come in? And then my other concern is what Jake's talking about, that they have to be good neighbors. They have to protect everybody around them from sound. So the old question, who is here first?
We do have a code enforcement case going back to past 2015. That's when we were identified that prior to was when the initial complaints were coming through, and that's when we met with the property owner to go over what was necessary to validate that type of use in that area. And that's what initiated the special exception over this time frame. We've been, as the appellant brought up, is that we've been dealing with this property owner for a considerable amount of time, trying to work with him to address the structures that were brought on there without permits, the impacts to the site that were done without permits, and a use that requires a special exception. And so we got the special exception approved twice. Both times the property owner came in but never completed the process. We were taking them to Code Enforcement Board when the 2022 special exception was reapproved back then, with clarity that they had to get in to get the site plan and building permits addressed. So you have roughly, I would say, 10 to 11 years of where this thing has been operating, where staff has been working with them to try and make it legitimate.
And just looking at the houses, this is a pretty rural area, but there are houses around it. Some of them are fairly close. I'm assuming they have been there longer than 11 years?
I wouldn't be able to answer that right now, but as you can see, there has been, it is an area that has been subject to residential development, and it does have that zoning.
Okay. All right.
I just address a few of the comments
Sure.
and questions. So I'll start off by saying that in about 2014, 2015, as a part of these applications, all of the neighbors did sign off on and approve of this operation. And that was part of the background history when my client purchased the business. Again, I represent the business owner, not the landowner. I am in no way involved with the landowner. I was not involved in any of these prior applications. I represent the business owner. If you can imagine, the mere fact that we're here today, we've had some problems with the owner in terms of what we thought we were buying and what we actually bought. In order to apply for a variance, it's my understanding under the county code, we need the owner authorization. As the business owner, not the property owner, we can't, without the property owner authorization, apply for a variance. So our only option to bring this 30-dog limit before the council was this appeal, right? In no way are we trying to skirt the system or cheat the system. We are really trying to bring this issue to light in the way that we feel we can, so we have access. We are trying to be good neighbors. Prior to receiving these emails on Friday and today, the only neighbor opposition, current opposition we are aware of, was from Mrs. Bowden and her husband, who live sort of adjacent to the front of our facility. We understood they had complaints. We emptied out the housing building closest to their home, and we put up a wall shielding the other housing areas for the dogs in an attempt to address her concerns. So we just today become aware of other neighbors sort of behind us that may have some issues too. And we do want to work with them. We want to be good neighbors. We want to do things to fit into the community, not separate ourselves. And again, we understand the concerns of council. We understand the concerns of neighbors, particularly with noise. As has been pointed out, we're subject to the noise restrictions in the county code, regardless of how many dogs are there. So I again urge the council to think about this. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding. The standard for evidence and for support is competent and substantial. As was pointed out last time, the 30-dog number has no basis in anything. It was a number that was sort of made up. What we have is historically, there's space for 100 dogs there. We bought a facility for 100 dogs. We're asking for something between 30 and 100 that will allow us to continue an operation. So thank you.
Okay, stay right there. Paulo, I think you started off this. I want to make sure I understand it right, that in 2014, 2015, all the neighbors signed an affidavit or something saying they approved of it. Do you have evidence of that?
That was all part of the original approval of the special exception. The applicant at that time, who is the current property owner and was the property owner then, went around and basically got authorization letters from the adjacent property owners indicating they did not object to him proceeding with the special exception.
Okay, so just a letter among neighbors.
You know, also, before we go much further, I do need to clarify, please don't use the term variance. We are not seeking a variance. A variance only applies to a dimensional standard that's applicable for setbacks. What we're talking about today is a special exception which pertains to use. And so, yes, when we were seeking the approval of the original special exception to address the code violation, which was a use not otherwise allowed, the property owner did what many people do. They go around to their neighbors, tell them what they're trying to do, and get a letter from that neighbor and submit it as part of their application. We see that happen in many situations. So they are on record. They were part of the official file and official minutes when the original special exception was approved.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilman Robbins.
Clay, don't get comfortable. I got hopefully two quick questions. In your professional opinion, what recommendations today can you make to council for any additional, to pretty much proffer for any additional noise reduction measures that we can do? Can we do bamboo? Can we do something for noise reduction? I don't know what you know, so.
You know, anytime that we're asked from a technical perspective, obviously walls, fences, landscaping, berming are all things that can be done along the perimeter to assist with some of the noise abatement. This is one where I would defer to what the operator would be identifying as well, because they know how they operate, where they take the dogs in the morning, where they put the dogs at night, the noise levels that would be expected. So we would work with them in regards to that. So yes, when we have a situation where noise, light, or other such things are impeding on an adjacent property owner, we as staff come on and identify what could be identified as specific conditions.
So it would be within our realm to say, if you said, for instance, hey, plant this around your perimeter for noise reduction, would that be something we can negotiate today?
From your staff perspective, we're not ready to sit here and say that, you know, bamboo pointed, clumping bamboo. We can sit there and say, if the council feels that it's appropriate to authorize this to proceed without the 30 dog restrictions, we would request that you ask, that you include in that motion that the applicant has to work with staff to come up with noise abatement proceedings that would be incorporated into the final site plan. And so then that way we could work with them to come up with, as you were saying, whatever landscaping, berming, or fence combination thereof could be appropriate in helping reduce the noise and impacts on the adjacent properties. That is typically something that we do when we go through the process. Let me clarify the 30 dogs. Again, it was a question raised where the applicant, who is the property owner, indicated 30 dogs and no more. The reason why is there was concern about the noise. So it's correct. There's no magic number as regards to that, but that was the number that was sufficient to get them through the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission to wind up here in front of the county council. So yes, it was based on something that was proffered by the property owner as a method of addressing a concern in regards to noise impacts associated with the number of dogs on the site. Similar situation could occur here. If y'all feel that, you know, that was not necessarily a hard and fast condition of the special exception, and that the DRC overstepped its bounds by utilizing that number, but you feel 75 is inappropriate, I would say that please send it back to staff so that we can work with the property owner to come up with the appropriate method of mitigating the noise.
If we did compromise on a number today, in a few weeks, few months, or a year, if this got out of hand, does this body have the right to bring this back and say, hey, enough?
We have, with prior councils.
And revoke the approval, because what I'm trying to do is hold some accountability here. I don't want, I have to protect my people, and I don't want to encumber them and disturb them any more than possible, just so people know where I'm coming from. But I need to hold them, I need a tool to hold them more accountable than just a noise ordinance.
We have in the past, with prior councils, when this situation has occurred, put in a 1 year to 2 year time frame where staff would come back and identify if there had been any code violations that were associated with the condition at hand. The one that comes to mind, and I think the latest one, was the Stetson Golf Training Facility. That was one that many of the residents came up and were concerned about lights, about golf balls landing on their farm and having their cows eat them. So there were a lot of things going on there. Part of the approval was a report back within a year. That did occur. There was still some concern that was extended for 6 months, and then it was resolved after that. But I have seen that done here. It's a situation where we would want to make sure it's tied to something that is measurable and that staff can verify and report back.
Understood. Thanks, Clay.
A reply to that?
The appellant would agree to those conditions to.
Chairman, a quick point of order. I've just never seen a public hearing go like this, where the attorney is going to do a rebuttal after everybody talks. Respectfully, I heard you ask the chairman if at the end, when everybody spoke, if you could have a moment to come up, which I think is very kind of you, Chairman, to allow that. But if we're going to allow him to come up and rebut everything that is said, what about the residents that have cards? Let them come up and rebut everything that's said. I think the attorney is more than capable at the end. He can keep notes on all of this stuff, and at the end he can come up and rebut it all. But going back to what Mr. Santiago said, this is the second time we've had this in front of us, and I want to make sure it's a fair hearing, but I want to make sure we're doing this as efficiently as possible, Chairman.
Okay. I think Paulo, rebuttal is always part of this process. Maybe the question is at what part, but I could tell when he was speaking, you had a question or something you wanted to say, and I assumed it would be well placed after we just heard what Clay said.
And I hear that, Chairman, but I heard the attorney ask for it at the end after he heard everybody speak. And I'm assuming you're thinking he wanted to rebut because he was standing up, but there's a woman who's been standing up over here the entire time as well.
Yeah, we have about 8 people that want to talk as soon as we're done asking questions from the public, and we should hear them.
Yes, sir. For the record, I don't intend to rebut anything that was just said. We would agree to those conditions. That was the only point I was making.
Thank you. Councilman Dempsey for questions.
Clay, if I could get you to stand up one more time. If this was not a commercial enterprise and this was just rather a private property owner who wanted to have 75 dogs for his own
Not allowed by our
companionship,
zoning ordinance.
it would not be allowed.
No, sir.
What is the limit for just
is it 5 or 6?
5 or
I
6?
can't remember off the top of my head, but we do have a restriction on the number of dogs that can be there for the very reason we're talking about, because then you become a commercial kennel, commercial breeder.
Just merely by the number of dogs?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I wanted. Thank you.
Okay, that's the end of questions, so I will call the public that wanted to speak. Katie Bowden.
There's many reasons this should be denied. The first one is, why are we allowing somebody who's just leasing this land make changes to this land permanently? That right there is simple. And again, I asked last time, do you want to stand next to 75 dogs barking right by your house. You're trying to sit there outside, enjoy coffee, just enjoy being out in the world. You cannot. We are prisoners of our own homes. We can't even open our windows because all I hear are dogs. I even tried to hold a family event the other day. Guess what? Dogs were barking. Oh my God. I actually had to reach out and say, hey, can you please keep them quiet? Which I will say they did try to work with me, but you know what? When does it stop? And again, why is this person who is leasing this land get to make changes? And you know what? Back in 2015, they're saying people sign things. You know what? Maybe he only had 5 dogs back then. Now, how do you need to have? 60, 80, 90, 100? I don't know. And you know what? This variance has been going on since 2021 and nothing is being settled. When does it stop? When does the kicking the can down the road stop? Oh, in August 27, 2024, the DRC meeting, they had 60 days to do their site permit to make the changes to try to put berms and such up. Still haven't done it. August 27th, 2024. We are February 2025, way past their 60 days to make these changes. They refuse to do it because the business owner and the property owner are fighting. They're suing each other over this place. Neither of them care. Neither of them is going to spend the money to make the changes appropriate that you are stipulating that need to be changed so they can operate this commercial business on our residential road. This is a dirt road. We have speed bumps on a dead-end dirt road because of the speeding that this company is causing our roads. So if you increase it to 100 dogs, 75 dogs, how many more vehicles are going to be doing that? We already had neighbors move. If I could move tomorrow, I would leave because this is just horrendous to live next to. But you know what, too? If they're going to sit there and not even abide by the rules for 30 dogs, why should they even be allowed 31? So since, let's say, 2015, they've been not fulfilling their terms of this variance, or what is it, special exemption, sorry. So this special exemption, they are refusing to do it. But yeah, we're sitting here thinking about allowing them more dogs? Why? I don't understand it. If I did something wrong, you would call me to the carpet and do it. I didn't pull a permit, you know what? Hey, that's my bad. I'm gonna pay monies, I'm gonna fix it. They destroyed wetlands, they built buildings, and they erased their amount just on their own, and then they yet to continue to do so. Oh, sorry, yep, nope, that's okay, don't worry about it. Everybody else can live in complete hell down this road. I thank you guys for your time. I really, really beg you, do not allow this.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Deborah Bishop, and I would just say, as you come down to speak, if you're a neighbor, if you could fit into your 3 minutes, did you receive the request for a neighborhood meeting or not? Deborah, can you use the microphone?
We did get the letter at my house, 685, catty corner from the kennel. But I had a medical appointment that day that I felt was a little more important.
Okay.
So, I've been a resident of Volusia County since 1961. I built my dream home on Meadow Lane in 2004, meaning we've been on the property since about 2002. At that time, the kennel had maybe 15, 12 dogs. And he was a retired sheriff or getting ready to, and I knew him, and everything was fine. But the buildings built more dogs, more traffic, more handlers, more trainers, more delivery trucks, more construction trucks. I even one day went out and stopped a patrol car from some county that had gone down the road twice so fast. I stood out in the road, stopped him, and I said, "Excuse me, can you slow down?" He says, "I was on a call." He was from a different county. They don't do that. He lied to me. He said, "Well, my sheriff's right behind me. I'll let you talk to him, my sergeant." Same thing from him. This kind of stuff has to stop. It's my home. They're 2.5 acre lots. We don't need all this. The kennel is too big. You can't quiet down 75 dogs or 100 dogs. You can't. Unless you put bark collars on them. That's happened with getting sores all over the necks. That's happened in the past. So we need help. We need you guys to say, hey, this is enough. Your questions before you asked, yeah. If I want to build a kennel on my property, would you guys allow 100 dogs on mine, 2.5 acres? The answer would be no. Can we take that 100-dog kennel and put it next to your house or your house? Do you want it? No. We don't want it either. I wanted a nice retirement dream home in a rural community away from everything and everybody. It's going away. Please help. Please help us, the people that live there. I don't need my rest of my minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Gerald Bishop.
Hi. Southern Coast Kennel is a working dog kennel, primarily buying, training, and selling dogs. The school is only a small part of the operation. The students keep their dogs with them all the time. They don't keep them in the kennel. Nobody keeps their dogs in the kennel, so why do they need extra kennel space? The dogs on the property are kept outside in a 5x10 kennel, chain link kennel, on concrete slabs with metal roofs. This is an open air kennel, so the dogs are exposed to the elements of the weather, severe hot, severe cold. The dogs lay on concrete where they urinate and defecate. Can you imagine 100 dogs outside in the cold on the concrete during the last 3 months where it's really cold? How did the county let a 30-dog kennel become a 100-dog kennel for years without the property owner obtaining any permits or permission? Is it because the property owner was a retired Volusia County sheriff and he sold dogs to all the police departments in the Volusia County and elsewhere? Or is it that he knows people at work in the county and people in politics? I know some of you know him. Is this some of the good old boy policies? You have a 100-dog kennel that has a quantity of explosive and drugs kept in a residential area. Do you think the sheriff keeps his explosive drugs in a residential area? Residents here have been putting up with the barking dogs, speeding traffic, delivery trucks going down a dead-end dirt road for years. The road desperately needs 25 loads of shell or more to bring it back to when I moved there 21 years ago. The owner of the business lives in Texas. The owner of the property moved to Venetian Bay. I wonder why. Would you like to live next to a 100-dog kennel where a quantity of explosives and drugs are kept, as well as barking dogs? I have seen the site plans for the property. The owner of the business nor the owner of the property are going to spend the money for the changes because they are suing each other. The property owner will keep asking for special exemptions and variances so that they can keep getting extensions to keep the business running at the expense of the residents. It's all about the money. I ask you please not to authorize this to be a 100-dog kennel. Thank you.
Thank you. Janet, is it Mines or Menez?
My name is Janet Mines. I live on the next road over from Southern Coast Canine, a commercial kennel, and it is located in the middle of a really beautiful area. Our homes are retirement homes. There are no trailers, it's no mobile homes, no manufactured homes. We built out there 20 years ago for our retirement. Even though I said I'm on the next road over, we hear the dogs. I can't tell you how many times we've had family reunions and friends over, and we have been forced off of our back porch to go into our home because of the noise. But not only the noise, the dirt roads are being destroyed. That is a private road, and we do own 15 feet of that road. That's our road. And we've been, like where I live on my road, the next one over, we pay, all the neighbors get together and we pay for maintenance of our road. But the heavy traffic on Sorrento to get to Meta, and the children that we have, they have to walk to the bus stop. I'm concerned for the safety of the children. I'm concerned for the quality of our roads. You can't just keep grading it and grading it. It needs work. We need help. To allow more dogs is just it's not a good idea. I never received a request from anyone for any kind of mediation meeting, or I would have been there. I and my husband and myself and our neighbors and our friends, we're all impacted on this. We request your kind consideration to not approve any more dogs, please. We are residential, this is commercial, and maybe they could find another area. I'm begging you. And I do appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Schlageter.
Hi. Thank you for all your questions today. They were really good questions, I thought, in this matter. So I live on the northwest side of this property. My property adjoins them. So a lot of your questions, I've been there since 2010, so I've been there 14 years. So I know a lot about the history. I've experienced a lot of the history of this kennel. This kennel, it has been loud in the past. It has never had the problems that I am experiencing today, which has been really the smell of the dog's poop, to put it in other words. I can smell it from my house, I can smell it from my garage, and that is the biggest issue to me today. If they can't care for the dogs that are there today, why would we increase the number of dogs they can have in the future? They need to show that they can handle the dogs that are there today before we increase the capacity. And that is my main concern. I do want to address, I think it was Jake Johannesson's question about the noise. The dogs are nothing like frogs. They are much larger. And then the other piece about that, y'all talked about bamboo and adding the berms and stuff. A lot of those buildings are close to the property line. There's not enough room to add a berm there. You shouldn't add bamboo because it's invasive to the area. So there needs to be another solution. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Chris Schlageter.
Hi, so my family and I live in the adjoining parcel to the property in question. And you've heard a lot about sound and smells and the impact on us, and all of that is not up for debate. We live there, we know what it is. It is an impact to our daily lives and to our quality of life. So I don't want to talk about that, I want to talk about your responsibility. And I want to ask that you would be mindful of who you represent. The owners of this company live in Texas. Their clientele are by and large from outside the county, even more from outside the state, some from outside the country. Carpetbaggers, is that your term? So I'd like you to think about who you represent. Do you want to vote to approve this and benefit folks that are from out of town, folks that serve a clientele that's from out of the county, that don't pay taxes here? Or do you want to vote to benefit folks that live here, pay taxes here, voted for you, put you in the seats that you're in. I just request that you be mindful of who you represent and who votes for you.
Thank you for your comments. Kent Meyer.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about this issue. My name is Kent Meyer. My wife and I live at 690 Napoli Lane. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. We are one street over from Meadow Lane and situated almost directly east of the Canine Training Center. The current level of barking every day by the dogs at various times throughout the day is more than a hindrance, but rather it's an obstruction to the enjoyment of what normally would be an extremely peaceful setting. And shame on me when I bought my place. The few minutes I was on the property to view it when it was for sale, the dogs happened not to be barking very much. The next time I was there, I was too deep into the contract to back out. It was a full-on onslaught. And I thought, what did I get myself into? That's my problem for not researching. But to approve something to increase the number of dogs at this point, that is something that I can speak to and that we should not be doing. 75 dogs would literally be an onslaught against the peace and enjoyment of our neighborhood. When the dogs are barking, it is extremely loud where we are located. I cannot imagine what it is like for our neighbors on Meadow Lane. In reality, no amount of improvement or installation of fencing, etc., will take care of the significant increase in noise level. Also, more than doubling the amount of traffic in and out of the neighborhood would be a major hindrance to our privately maintained roads. We have experienced high levels of dogs housed at the property, and the noise level is a major frustration, driving you off your own porch, back inside your home, where you can still hear them, even at times inside your house. Another significant issue for all of us would be the devaluation of our properties. An increase of dogs means a decrease of private property value. If the Southern Coast Canine wants to expand, I'm pro-business. They can do so, but they should do it somewhere else, not at the expense of all the private residential homes and neighbors in the area. I just want to ask you to strongly consider the negative impact on all the homeowners in this area if approval is given to increase in any amount the number of dogs housed at Southern Coast Canine. Thank you very much. I want to note I did get the invitation to attend the meeting, although I had to work that day. I'm off today, so that's why I'm here speaking today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. I was here the last time this came. You do realize that there are two different entities. The first entity comes in, talks to his neighbors. I have a couple of dogs I'm going to train. Okay, I work for the Sheriff's Department. I'm going to train some dogs. Is it okay? Sure, not a problem. Lady comes up and says, oh, I don't know how many there were there, probably 12 or 15. Most people would say, okay, not a problem. The police department needs the dogs. Down the line, he's asked to do certain things. All right? Get this exception, do this, do that. He doesn't do it. He bills where he shouldn't build. He bills without permits. It goes on for 11, 15 years, and he doesn't do anything. He's out of compliance, and then he sells not the land, but the business. And they assume that all of this is kosher. Well, sorry, you have to do your due diligence. If you're going to lease, know what you're leasing, okay? I feel sorry for them, but think of all the neighbors. They live there. When we were here last time, someone said, oh, the lady that was complaining moved. She couldn't take the dog, so she moved. Now I'm hearing another person moved. Then a lady comes up and says, and if I could get out, I would move. Why should all the neighbors leave because of the barking dogs? It makes absolutely no sense. So the gentleman that started this little tiny business, has now morphed, not to like 12 or 15, not to the 30 that he said, oh, I'm only going to do 30. They've been doing 60, knowing that they should only be doing 30, but they've been doing 60. And now they're asking for an extension for time to get rid of the dogs because it's only been 15 years to get down to the 30? All right? I'm asking you to look at it holistically. Just because somebody did something wrong 15 years ago, you don't have to extend it. I'm asking you to deny it because of the neighbors. I'm asking you to deny it because if somebody does something wrong, we can't just sit there and say, rubber stamp it. Okay, now that you pay a couple of dollars for a permit, you could do something that we would never have permitted in the first place. So I'm asking you, don't compound a mistake by driving all these people away from their own homes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Last speaker is Walter Borgant.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Walter Borgen. I live at 650 Meadow Lane. I strongly oppose this exception request. As with them as a business and having an attorney, they had ability to do due diligence. They put a significant amount of investment into this business. So to not do what I could do in a quick Google search within a few minutes to find out that there's only 30 dogs allowed there, I just find that unbelievable. According to Volusia County Section 72-136, the purpose of RA zoning is to preserve and protect small farms, limited agricultural production, and to ensure that development remains consistent with the county's comprehensive plan. RA zoning designation does not support large-scale commercial operations, only home businesses and hobby breeders, which align with Florida statutes 559 and 955 and Volusia County Ordinance 021-138. This is not a home business, it's a high-scale commercial operation, forced into a small farm residential area, despite the zoning laws, to prevent exactly that type of disruption. The business brings excessive noise, high consumer traffic, semi-truck deliveries, multiple employees, far beyond what's reasonable for a rural community. Expanding this operation to 100 dogs will only worsen the impacts. And I want you to think, if they've gotten away with 30 dogs and now they already have 100 dogs, when we get 100 dogs, is it going to be 200 or 300 dogs? So we need to take those things into consideration. Additionally, as a resident on Meadow Lane, I never received the notice. I live right at the corner, right at the front of it. Never received the notice. No one ever reached out to me, not by mail, not by phone, not by a sign, not by anything on my door. So, I strongly object to this because I do not feel that it fits into the community. You've heard other people speak and say the same thing as well. The only reason I don't think there's hundreds of people here is because there's only 6 to 8 houses on Meadow Lane. And that's going to be the same with the other streets next to it. If this was a community like Venetian Bay, you would have had 200 or 300 people here waiting outside the door. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Troy Kent.
Chairman, I was going to wait until all public comment. I think the attorney probably wanted to have another opportunity like he asked for, but
Yeah.
after that, I'd love to speak.
Okay. And before that, does anybody have any more questions before we move ahead? Does your comment include a question?
One question.
Okay. But you would like to hear from the attorney first? You want to wrap up?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I just want to address a few points. First, I'll talk about the due diligence aspect. And I want to remind the council that when my client purchased the business in 2020, there was no dog limit imposed on this site. The limit was imposed about 4 years after we purchased the business on September 10th of 2024, just this past year. We immediately started this appeal process to get the issue before the board or before you all. Since the day we found out about that limit, we have actively been taking steps to reduce the number of dogs there in a good faith effort to comply. As I've said, we can't just open the doors and let these animals out. At the last hearing in December, there was discussion. We've maintained about 60 dogs on site since then, pending resolution of this hearing. Once we get the final answer, obviously we will act accordingly. But I want to set the record straight that we did do due diligence, and we have in no sense tried to flagrantly violate any orders from the county, any code provisions. We are doing our very best to comply. I also want to correct one point that it is not our intent with this appeal to make any changes to the site unless required as a means of noise abatement. The owner has certain requirements with the site plan approval for the special exception to make certain changes and alterations to the property to comply with the approved plans. But as far as what this request entails, there's no additional construction, no additional building that needs to take place in order to move that limit from 30 to some higher number. I do want to address again, it's very unfortunate to hear these neighbor concerns. We wish they had been brought to us directly to try and address before today. I do want to assure the council that these dogs are highly trained, specialized animals. They are well taken care of at the facility. This is a very, very nice location for these dogs. It's not some, squalid area. This is a nice facility. We frequently have federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies there on site. These animals are very well taken care of. I do want to point out that we do contribute to road upkeep on Meadow Lane. There were, in fact, speed bumps put in to try to address some of the concerns about speeding. I understand they've been removed by other residents, but we are actively working to maintain the road. And I'll end with this, that I do recognize the property owner, the business owner principals do live out of state, but we employ many people on site who live here. And, as a business, the business operates here. The business is incorporated, but it operates here. And we would hope that the council applies the code to us, same way it would anyone else living in Volusia County. We believe we should be subject to the same standards as every other resident, every other business that operates here. And our site manager, Newton here, he lives on site. He's there every day with the dogs. So we do have a local impact. It's not just some operation that's run remotely out of Volusia County. The decision today will affect people who live in Volusia County one way or the other.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask him a question? He just sparked it based on his commentary.
Yes.
Did I hear you accurately say that the limit, this current 30 dog limit in the special exception was imposed 4 years after your client purchased the business?
Yes, sir.
And did your client participate in that process?
No, sir. We tried, but we were not permitted to participate in that process.
How many dogs were operating at that time? How many dogs were in the facility at that time, approximately?
It varies because, people come to train, dogs move out, but we've operated, I think, between about 80 and 100.
Around that time frame, it would fluctuate between 80 and 100 when this was done?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
One more question, Mr. Chair, my staff. I think this is an important thing for me, at least, I would say. Clay, when this special exception was put in place in 2024, it was done between the property owner and the county. Is that accurate for me to understand?
The last special exception was approved in 2022. It was a public hearing. So there was notifications posted on the property. So the business owner would have seen the orange placards indicating the public hearing process. The site plan is what is being appealed. That was what was approved in 2024. We were running into, again, compliance issues with the property owner. The special exception was approved. We did not see the site plan coming in. We did not see the building permits, which were all conditions of that special exception. And again, trying to work with the business owner and to assure some sort of compliance with the code. We finally got the application in, it made it through, and a site plan was approved. During that process, residents were concerned about the operation and participated in the review of the site plan. And Carol McFarland, who is your Director of Planning and Development Services, indicated that the business owner and property owner were fully aware of the site planning process and the ability to participate with our technical review staff and the Development Review Committee. So the fact is that the site plan was approved. The residents pointed out that in the staff report that went to the county council for the approval of the special exception in 2022, the statement was made, the facility shall be limited to 30 dogs based on concerns raised through the process with the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. And that's the whole reason we're here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Santiago's question actually answered the one question that I had. And I just have a few comments now, so you can go ahead and start the clock on me, Madam Clerk.
I have to do a follow-up question then.
Yeah.
All right.
I just got a question following up with David and your answer question, Clay.
Real quick, I need to clarify something I just said. I said that they could participate in the technical review staff meeting. That is incorrect. They were not available for that. They could attend, though, the Development Review Committee meeting. Just wanted to make sure the record was clear.
Clay, if you could stay up there real quick, I'm sorry. Just to follow up to what Mr. Santiago was talking about, the counsel for the applicant said that prior to the 30 dog limit, there was no limit on the property. Is that the case?
I can't remember exactly what was said. I know there was discussion about this in 2015 when the original site plan or special exception came through. I'd have to go back and check my records. But
I have it right here. The property owner, Mr. Heiser, obtained a special exception S15009, a variance for the property in May of 2013 to allow for a canine training facility for up to 40 dogs housed on the site.
Okay, so there was a limit even as late as as early as 2013.
2015, yes, sir.
Okay, and if before that it would have been a 5-dog limit like we talked about.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the 5-dog limit's been around for how long?
That was all part of the original zoning ordinance that was adopted, I believe, in 1980.
Okay, that's all. Thank you. Thank you, Jake.
Clay, quick question now. If this, if there was a motion to deny this appeal, how much time would they have if we didn't grant extra time for them to get the number of dogs down to 30?
Again, we would work with them, but I mean, again, it would have to be a reasonable time frame.
We don't have something written in stone when that needs to happen, like tomorrow?
Well, again, we're working off of Chapter 162, which is the part of Florida statutes that pertains to code enforcement. So at this point, because of the appeal, everything is held in basically abeyance, pending the outcome of the appeal. We understand that there are operational issues that would have to be addressed based on the fact that you do have animals on site. So we would have to look at what would be 30 days. Is that a reasonable time to have the dogs placed? Those types of things. And that would be part of the discussion with the applicant. And if they were past that time frame, we would then proceed forward with code enforcement.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin. Chairman, if I can, I'll start with comments now. So
I'd like to ask one
sure.
more question.
Stop the clock again.
From Clay. The dog limit of whatever it is, 30 or 75, is that just for dogs that are housed overnight? Does it affect dogs that come in during the day for training and then leave?
My understanding is it's for overnight boarding.
Okay.
Because the training and operation did not necessarily have a specific limit. I think the idea was that kenneling of dogs is what created because the day-to-day operations were approved.
Okay.
Part of the special exception, because it was clearly identified as a school.
Thank you. Are both things happening?
School and kenneling is occurring on site.
And how does that contribute to the number that we're hearing of 60, 80, 100 dogs?
I'll have to have them answer the operationally.
Is that all housed animals or daily animals when you come up with that number?
So I just want to clarify the question. You're asking we're here today talking about number of dogs. you're asking that, does that only include the dogs that sleep on site overnight, or does it include dogs that are there just for training during the day?
Correct that, and I'm just wondering if right now, if you're doing both, if there's dogs housed overnight and dogs that come and go the same day.
Well, there are dogs that come and go in the same day. The dogs that are being trained with people who are in the classes, but then there are dogs that are being housed overnight that are being trained and for sale, for example, or maybe are already purchased and are being trained. I don't know if that answers your
Yeah,
question.
so the dogs that come in for the day to be trained are over and above whatever limit has been imposed, whether it's 30, if we went
Yeah, and
to...
there are some that are removed, right, that would leave during the evening, if that's what you're asking, is yes, there would be some that just come for the day and then leave.
And that's in excess of whatever the total number is that you are housing.
The ones, when we're talking about the 60 number earlier, that
Right.
includes that.
Okay. That's what I was trying to find out. Thank you.
And I think some of our struggle here is when we give numbers like 60, 80 to 100, those are averages of all the dogs on site, as I understand it. So, because obviously, dogs could come and go every day. So those are average numbers that include dogs there for training, include dogs that have to stay overnight for whatever reason. I don't know if that answers your question fully, Mr. Chair.
Yes, okay. Troy, before you start, Councilman Robbins, did you have another question?
I was going to make a motion for denial just before we got into comments, so we can stay on track.
Okay. You have a motion?
Chairman, my comments are going to have a motion in it as well, and my name was there, so.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Thank
Councilman
you,
Kent.
thank you, Chairman. I appreciate it. So I'll briefly just say I think your business is a really cool thing, and it obviously helps in a very niche area, and that's cool as well. I am a dog lover, and we have two. We have Miss Daisy and Bad Boy Dudley, and they are miniature dachshunds. And I'll just say this. It'll get me fired up in my backyard with two little dogs. And Miss Daisy does everything perfectly. But the Bad Boy, when I'm relaxing in my backyard next to the lounge chair and I smell urine, it's because Bad Boy Dudley decided to lift his leg. He's this big. Not in the grass, but on the lawn chair leg. So to the person that talked about, the smell, it hit with me with that. The neighborhood showed up to this public meeting. So thank you for showing up, because your public testimony is impactful. I know, at least for me. A neighbor mentioned, her comment was, this is horrendous to live next to. Another one called it their retirement home. I found the residents to be very nice, reasonable people. Talked about the smell a little bit. And someone mentioned they can't care for the dogs they have today. Why would you want more? I've never been out to this site, but for the business that they do, I would say the dogs are probably exceptionally well taken care of, especially at the price tag, I'm sure, of what these dogs go for. A neighbor mentioned the noise, the smell, pushing you off of your porch. So there's a lot about this that has been wrong, from not getting permits and not following the current rules. And then I feel like we're asked to actually endorse and support bad behavior, which I can never support and endorse. So I'll make a motion at this time to deny the appeal by the applicant and uphold the Development Review Committee's condition limiting the number of canines to a maximum of 30. And if you all want if I can get a seconder, and if you want me to put a timeline of when they need to comply with the 30 dogs, I can do that as well. Or maybe after if I get a second and we're ready to vote on it, we can talk about that timeline to get it to the number it's supposed to be. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor to deny actually just to uphold the Development Review Committee's and stick with the 30 limit. That was by Troy Kent. The second is by Councilman Robbins. Okay, my name was for, I had questions, they were answered. Is there any more discussion on the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
No, that's all right. Councilman Santiago.
I think, as the motion before it goes for a vote, I think, Troy, I think it's important probably to put a timeline, because if the motion passes, I don't know what happens for the applicant and what direction staff gets. I think
I agree with you, and staff, no fault to Clay Irvin, because you've heard me call him the best in the business, but no fault to him, but he didn't have an answer that I thought was acceptable. We're going to work with them. I mean, what does that mean? So, to the seconder, because I'll need his support on this, where are you more comfortable with? I was going to say 30 days, but I could maybe go a little longer. 60?
I would say 90, Mr. Kent, and I'll tell you why. We don't know what law enforcement agencies are depending on this. We don't know their integral business, and these are not something they can just get rid of.
I could do 90. I'm
Sounds
okay.
good.
I'll add 90 to my motion. The seconder's okay with that? He's okay with it.
Okay, so the motion is uphold a 30 dog limit. They have 90 days to reduce the number of dogs, and you, with the 30 dogs, you had nothing in your motion about noise abatement, correct? Okay. When we started this, I was leaning towards probably where we ended up last time, with 75 dogs, noise abatement, and 1 year of review. I think there are some issues with the owner and the leasee. The owner, I think, is the one that had the permit problems and did things that he shouldn't have done. But that's really, right now, that's regardless of the point. What we have is a tremendous noise problem in the neighborhood. I would like to find a way that the business can survive and the neighbors can survive. I'm just not sure it's there. So even with the 30 dog limit, it would be nice if we had some requirement for noise abatement, but that is not in the current motion. So, Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Discussion. Throughout this, I've been on both sides. My decision where I was going to fall, and I think ultimately I'll probably land on the side of going with the motion. And it's unfortunate for the business owner. And I think this is just my opinion. You have counsel. Maybe you ought to shift that counsel looking at that property owner and what he sold you. But that's just my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from staff? Okay. Clay or the applicant, any final comments? All right, Carissa, would you call the roll? And this is, the motion is to uphold the Development Reviews Committee condition that the number of canines housed on the site cannot exceed 30, with a 90-day limit to reduce the number of dogs to that number. That's what we're voting on.
Mr. Johansson?
Yes.
Mr. Kent?
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Robbins?
Yes.
Mr. Santiago?
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey?
Yes.
Mr. Brower?
Yes. Okay. Thank you. It's 11:46. You don't think we
Item
can
7
get
will
done?
go quickly. Item 7 will be quick.
Pardon me?
Item 7 will be quick.
Are there people here? Okay.
That was a joke, right?
The capital improvement? Okay. No,
say, knowing these guys.
Okay, council, what is your, pardon me? What is your desire to knock out item 7 before we take a break, or take a break at 11:47? All right, let's do item 7 because there's no food here.
All right, I'm going to hold you to that, Clay. Let's see how quick it is.
This is ordinance 2025-04, update to the 5-year schedule of capital improvements for concurrency.
Good morning, Clay Irvin Growth and Resource Management. This is mandated by the state's Community Planning Act. It is the basis of our concurrency management system. It establishes those minimum levels of service. It is consistent with the adopted capital improvement program. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
You're right, that is quick. It's a concurrence.
I don't think you took long enough.
Move to approve, Mr. Chair?
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Councilman Santiago and a second by Vice Chair Reinhardt. Any comment? All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? And that carries 6-0. We'll get Mr. Kent's vote when he comes in. 8 should be quick also. Let's do item 8, or ordinance 2025-07, prohibition of public camping or sleeping within county buildings or its grounds and public right of way. So half hour, 45 minutes?
Okay.
Half hour. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Good morning, Morgan Swank, Assistant County Attorney. I will try to be quick. During the 2024 legislative session, the Florida Legislature adopted HB 1365, creating a new section 125.0231 Florida statute, which as of October 1st of last year prohibits counties and municipalities from authorizing or otherwise allowing any person to regularly engage in public camping or sleeping on any public property, including but not limited to any public building or its grounds or any public right-of-way under the jurisdiction of the county. In order to enforce the statutory prohibition against unauthorized camping on public property, the proposed ordinance amends the county code to comply with the statute. It establishes a tiered penalty system for violations and creates a uniform notification process for county residents and businesses to report instances of alleged public camping. Ordinance 2025-07 creates section 78-1, prohibition of public camping or sleeping within county buildings or on its grounds. The ordinance also includes the public camping and sleeping definition in section 94-1 related to use of county rights of way. Both sections define public camping or sleeping as it is set forth in the statute, which is lodging or residing overnight in a temporary outdoor habitation used as a dwelling or living space. This is with or without the use of a tent and or bedding. The term does not include lodging overnight in a motor vehicle parked legally or camping for recreational purposes on designated property. The prohibition of public camping does not apply during a declared state of emergency or on property the county has specifically designated for public camping under the statute. Any individuals found camping or sleeping on county property without authorization will be asked to leave by code enforcement or law enforcement. Other penalties for violations include escalating fines and trespass warnings. Beginning January 1st of this year, the statute authorized residents of the county, owners of businesses located within the county, and the Attorney General to file a complaint against the county for allowing public camping. Under section 78-1, the county manager will designate an email address or other electronic submission method to receive written notices for county residents and businesses. Written submissions must include information that is sufficient for the county to take reasonable action to cure the alleged violations, including location, date, and description of the instance of public camping. There were some common misconceptions we wanted to make sure we address as well. In June of last year, in City of Grants Pass, Oregon versus Johnson, the Supreme Court found counties and cities may enforce general public camping bans, including against involuntarily unhoused individuals, without providing alternative sheltering options without violating the Eighth Amendment. While a county may designate property for public camping, there is no requirement to identify and designate a property for public camping or sleeping. This is supported not only by Grants Pass in the current ruling, but also the Florida Department of Children and Families, which will be certifying properties if the county does choose to designate. Their Office of Homelessness frequently asked questions on their website says it is not a requirement. There is no immediate civil liability for a county allegedly allowing public camping. Under the statute, the county has 5 business days after receiving written notice of an alleged violation to take all reasonable actions within the limits of its governmental authority prior to a civil action being brought. This is why we've included a notice provision within the ordinance. Ordinance 2025-07 is presented to the County Council for approval to comply with the state law and as one tool available in response to the needs of unhoused individuals within the county. The intent is not to criminalize homelessness, but to seek compliance of the ordinance and state law while providing services and assistance. If there are any questions, I'm available.
Any questions?
Got a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to know how this affects regarding the sleeping part, and how this affects during our night meetings. How would this affect John Nicholson? Would he be in violation? I want to make sure we can make an exception in the county
as long
council
as it's not
chambers.
continuing overnight, so once the meeting's over, it should be.
Okay, good.
Mr. Chair, I thank Ms. Swink for putting this together. We've been, this is not intended to go any further than the state law. There's nothing controversial intended with this. We've been following what some other counties have been doing. As of late, some of them been in the news, have been doing something like this. It allows us, if we do get a complaint, a code provision we could point to implement to enforce the state law. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is necessary to protect people that come downtown, businesses. I'm just curious though, if there's a I forget your description, unintentionally housed person sleeping on a bench or in a park, are they just moved along, or what happens to them by law enforcement?
Initially, we do have there is within the ordinance the ability to ask them to move. Initially, there are also other services that are provided through the county that could be offered.
Okay.
And then the fines and the trespass warnings, those would be escalations that we would have as tools if we needed them, but they are not the initial response.
Okay, that's great. So they're given the opportunity to go to the bridge, First Step, or whatever other services are available?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Councilman Santiago.
Move to approve, Chair.
Have a motion to approve as is by David Santiago, and the second comes from Vice Chair Reinhardt. Any other questions? Debate? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion carries 7-0. And real quick, I need to go back to 7. Troy, I think you were out of the room on that vote, or were you here and voted? You were here.
Yep.
So it was 7-0.
A yes for me on
Okay.
that, yes.
Okay, and item 9 is removed from the agenda. I am informed that there is no reason to take a dinner break until about 12:20 because there is no dinner yet. So, okay. Let's see if we can knock out item 10. Which is alcohol, drug, and mental health funding requests to leverage $15.5 million in state funding.
Great. Good morning. Carmen Hall, Community Assistance Director. This agenda item is the matching funds for our alcohol, drug, and mental health program. It is a 25% match that enables us to draw down an additional $15.5 million from the state. We do have a presentation if you would like for us to go through the presentation. If not, I can take any questions.
Council care to see the presentation?
This is similar to last year's, just the funding request, the procedural, correct?
Correct.
I don't need to see it. I've seen the background.
I don't need to see it, but I have a question.
Okay, go ahead for questions. Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you. I was reading through this, and first off, Mr. and Mrs. Mentoring, phenomenal program, great program. I've had time since last year to do a little more research on yours, so I commend you. I just had a quick question, and it doesn't really explain it. There was a slight increase in this year's ask as opposed to last year. Everybody else was either equal to or less. Can he expand on that, or? And I'm sure there's a legitimate reason, but I think for, if anybody reads this, they say, well, what, there was an increase in that as to why. Just full transparency.
No worries.
I appreciate it.
Good.
Yes.
My name is Derek Collins, CEO of Mr. and Miss Mentoring. To be honest, I should have asked for more even the last time, but like I said, the first time that we came up for this, you guys suggested that I did some more outside funding, which we were doing, and I explained to the type of in-kind stuff that we did get. So the following year, we did way more than that, and we've surpassed some additional funding that we got from you guys as far as to equal out that match. But we also lost $100,000 overspending, which means we provided the services, but we didn't get paid that $100. And for a small program like us, we technically can't really afford that. So we had to make some changes to make sure that we can kind of continue the program, because I feel like it's too much of a need for us to just kind of like pass on.
I figured it was along those lines, but I appreciate the explanation. Thank you very much.
Well, and like I said, I'm going to make it work regardless, but we need everything we can get.
Fair enough. Thank you.
No problem.
Councilman Robbins or Santiago, did you make a motion to approve?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Second, Johansson.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the expenditure by Councilman Santiago, and the second is by Councilman Johansson. Any other questions? Comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that is approved 7-0. Thank you. Thank you all for coming in. And that takes us to item 11, appointments to the ECHO Advisory Board. Carissa Green.
You have appointments to the ECHO board next. This agenda item does have currently 2 vacancies with the chair and Mr. Dempsey, and the whole board is up for reappointment of March 31st, so I figured I'd just go ahead and reappoint the whole board, because we do have a number of boards upcoming with March 31st term expirations. And but Mr. Chair and Mr. Dempsey, if you do want to appoint someone, just be cognizant that you can appoint the individual to be from now until I think 2027, if I did the math correct.
Okay, I'm not going to make an appointment for that temporary time. I think that ECHO Board has already received all the proposals, and they're going through them. I think it would be a little unfair for somebody to step in right now, but so I'll wait until March. Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I'll pick Gerald Pfizer
for the temporary
for the
appointment.
temporary and to
Okay.
2027. If
Okay.
you want to do that, both.
Second.
That was a motion, right? Yes.
Yes. Councilman Dempsey nominates Gerald Pfizer from immediately and through the next cycle. Any question? There's 3 people on the board. Did you want to talk about Gerald or, okay.
Not about Gerald, but I just had a question because I got a message from my appointment, Dwight Selby, who said he would not be seeking to be reappointed.
Mhm.
So is now not the time for District 4 to put someone up?
No,
I-
it is.
It is. I'm just getting rid of the temporary appointments
okay.
first. And he's combined his temporary with long-term, so we're killing two birds with one stone there. All in favor of approving Gerald Feaser, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And Gerald is appointed to ECHO. Okay, now for other appointments. Councilman Robbins.
I'd like to make a motion to reappoint Gerard Pendergast, and he's the incumbent for both the temporary and for the next cycle.
Second, Johansson.
Okay, we have a nomination of Gerard Pendergrass. He's currently serving, so he would just continue on through the 2025 cycle. Second was by Jake Johansson. Any questions on Gerard? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion, that nomination is accepted 7-0. Okay, Vice Chair Reinhardt.
I'd like to appoint Patricia Drago. She's an incumbent, so she will continue through the next cycle as well.
Okay. Okay. Any questions about Patricia?
Any second?
Any seconds?
Second, Johansson.
Thanks.
Dick Johansson seconds. Patricia Drago. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? She is approved 7-0. Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, for the next cycle, Dwight Selby reached out and said that he was no longer going to serve, and I certainly appreciate his time for the past 2 years. I did have a conversation with my neighbor who lives directly across the street, Doug Pettit, and Doug is interested in serving on this. I think Doug would be a good voice on the ECHO board, so I'm going to put Douglas Pettit up for the District 4 position.
Okay. Does he already have the
I'm assuming the clean hands check has gone through because she's got his name on here as someone.
Correct,
So.
yes. And I would like to let you know, Mr. Kent, that Mr. Selby would finish out his term until March 31st, and then that's when Mr. Pettit would take, unless you otherwise wanted something different.
No, let Selby finish his term.
Okay. Any questions about Doug Pettit?
We need a second.
Second.
And he is seconded by Don Dempsey. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? And he is approved 7-0. Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir, I'd like to nominate both my incumbents, Reggie Santilli and John Macaluso, to continue through March of 2027.
Second.
Okay, Reggie Santilli and where's your other one?
John Macaluso, right below it.
Luso, right under Reggie. And that second was by Troy Kent?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
That's the at-large seat, right? So I gotta go back to it.
Yeah, at-large gets to,
What were the other applicants? I'm looking for it. I can't see it here for some reason.
Could be anybody, one east, one west.
Oh, it could pick any. Oh, okay, that's why, because there wasn't a separate section for that. Okay. Yep.
okay, all in favor of Reggie Santilli and John Macaluso, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? They are approved 7-0. And Councilman Santiago, do you have a nomination?
Keep reappoint Patricia Northey.
Second.
And the nomination is Patricia Northey. Second was by Troy Kent. And all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? And she is confirmed 7-0. And I am going to defer to the next meeting. And that takes us to the last item, item 12, appointments to the Volusia Forever Advisory Board.
Correct. So the same thing. These terms are March 31st of 2025. So I'm looking for each of you to appoint someone, with the chair and the at-large member appointing their east and west side nominations.
Okay, David Santiago.
Move to reappoint Mr. Julio David Sosa.
Second.
David Sosa is Santiago's appointment, seconded by Troy Kent. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, he is confirmed unanimously, and that takes us to Vice Chair Reinhardt.
You may not know this one. Jessica Gao, I'd like to reappoint and continue on.
How knowledgeable is she on the issues?
Very.
Was she willing?
Second.
Thank you.
Second on Jessica Gao is by Troy Kent. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed? Okay, she's confirmed 7-0. All right, Councilman Johansson.
Yes, sir. I'd like to renominate Wanda Von Dam, West Side, and John Macaluso, East Side, through 2027.
Second.
Van Dam and who was your second?
John Macaluso.
So he's serving on 2, huh?
Yep.
And the second was by Troy Kent.
Mr. Johansson, I don't see where Miss Wanda Van Dam has reapplied at
Oh.
this moment.
Okay. I'll withhold that one then. How about that? I'll double check with her, and if she fails, we'll pick somebody else.
So
I'm still good with the second.
So you just want to go with the one today?
Yes, just one, sir.
Okay. All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And we'll come back to you next meeting for the your other appointment. Councilman Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And Council, I'll reappoint my incumbent on this committee, Suzanne Scheiber.
Second, Johansson.
Councilman Kent appoints us, reappoints Suzanne Scheiber. The second was by Jake Johansson. All in favor of Mrs. Scheiber, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And she is reappointed 7-0. And Councilman Robbins.
Is it one appointment, Chair, or two?
It's one appointment except for at-large and chair, both of which get 2.
John C. Gamble, please.
Second.
John C. Gamble, and this is nominated by Councilman Robbins, and a second is made by Councilman Kent. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that carries 7-0. And I will nominate Kelly Frasca for the west side, and Derek LaMontagne for the east side.
Second.
Kelly Frasca and LaMontagne, second by Troy Kent. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Some discussion on that one, sir, please.
Okay.
Yep.
Sorry, I didn't.
Yep, that's
think
fine.
so.
They all went through pretty quick, except as a citizen of Port Orange, Mr. LaMontagne ran for mayor against Mr. Stiltner, and there were some questions as to his not his legal residence, but where he lives, and I would like to have that discussion. I know he resides up in Gainesville, works up in Gainesville, but maintains a legal address down here. And not that I don't want him to be on the committee, but I wanted to have that discussion between us to make sure that that's the kind of person we want him forever. Not to say he's not passionate, he's very passionate. But to make sure that's the intent of who we want on the Forever Committee. So I just bring it up for discussion to see if we want to talk through that or just let it go, because he has his voting address is here in Port Orange, I would imagine.
Yeah, to my knowledge, he holds a legal residence here in Port Orange. He does work, go to school, and maybe has an apartment or something in Gainesville. Is there any legal requirements that he's not meeting?
I'm looking up the resolution now, but I believe it probably has to be a resident of Volusia County. It could be a elector in there. So if he's registered to vote here and if he's a resident of the county, then he would qualify. I don't know what his status is.
We did, as a pursuant to Resolution 2009-101, we did run a good standing check, which includes verifying with the supervisor of elections if he is a registered voter, and he is a registered voter in District 3, Incorporated City of Port Orange.
So the resolution is for an elector, so they confirmed he's
Okay.
Okay.
That's all I had.
That
Chairman.
answered your question?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Then we need to vote on Kelly Frasca and Derek LaMontagne. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And they are both approved unanimously, and that leaves, you took care of yours, Don Dempsey.
No, I think I have
Oh, no, you didn't. That was that was Echo. Okay.
Gerald Feaser.
Second.
Gerald Feaser is nominated by Don Dempsey for Volusia Forever, second by Troy Kent. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And he is confirmed, 7-0. So, and I think I smell food. Did you go back there?
It just arrived, yes.
Okay. So,
I haven't tasted yet.
so why don't we take a break here? We'll come back for public participation and closing comments.
Mr. Dempsey has asked a question about his appointment, and if you could just give me a couple of moments, or I can address it when we come back. I don't believe Mr. Pfizer can't serve on. Brad just told me he will resign, so it won't cause.
Okay.
Okay. Then 12:14, we will be back at 12:45. start with the public participation. There are 2 requests to speak. First is Jessica Gao.
Good afternoon. Now, for the record, Jessica Gao, Copco Law Firm, 1 Daytona Boulevard, Daytona Beach, Florida. I will be brief. You received a letter from our office late last week asking if the council would consider a motion for reconsideration of the denial of the overall development plan for 4552 Misty Morgan Road. That was heard at this last council meeting. I do believe that this council considers the evidence in front of it when making decisions, and I also believe that all of you would be willing to look at additional information if you think that that would make a difference. Since that time, we have found that the date of construction shown in the public records for this structure is incorrect. It is shown in the property appraiser as 1996, and as a follow-up to that meeting and discussion, we confirmed with FPL that they have a record of turning power on pursuant to a certificate of occupancy in 1985. So I know that records are hard to track down over that time frame. It is difficult to keep track, especially in the world where they're converted into microfilm and not kind of organized. And so I would really request that we take the time to reconsider that review. If we are not certain that this property did not go through the proper process and that these individuals who have come to the table with clean hands and have done everything they can, if we're not certain that they didn't do it the right way and they're willing to do it now, before a decision is made that will irrevocably impact their lives and the lives of my new favorite client, who has been very vocal during agenda items today and just found the public comment cards, I'd ask that you reconsider. Also attached to that letter was a declaration that would be a voluntary measure by the property owner to restrict it to say that if the house is destroyed, it can't be rebuilt until it meets the minimum acreage of the zoning classification. So I know I only have 3 minutes. That request is out there. I'd really request that you take the opportunity to make sure that we do this right. I think that the property owner also has a form and will speak as well. Thank you.
And Brian Vanderpool, you're the owner?
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm going to get emotional, but we bought the house, and we didn't know, of course, that the situation we were in. But since then, you know, we were there about a week. Code enforcement showed up, said that we weren't supposed to be there. A week after that, we found out she was pregnant, and it's just been hell ever since. It's just been, you know, we can't call it home. We can't. You know, the baby's had a bath in the sink for the last year because we're not going to put a tub in. We can't make improvements on the home. It's just been really tough, and we're just coming up here today to meet you guys, and just to you know, so you can put a face to the name, and you know, I have spoke with FPL a couple times in the last few days and trying to get them. They do acknowledge that power was put there April 10th of 85. They did say that they received a certificate of occupancy from the county. Now getting them to send me an email stating that. I haven't been able to have them do that, but I've had 2 of those people in that office. They do show that that was received, but they don't have any proof of it. Hopefully that can come to surface or hopefully there's some way out of this mess. Because like right now, we don't know how to proceed. We don't know, you know, if we just are uncertain about our future. So hopefully we can sort something out, you know, and you know, make this go away. So that's pretty much all I had to say. Thank you guys for listening.
Thank you. To the legal staff or whoever wants to deal with this, Jessica Gao has, these are closing comments. The council doesn't have to act on this at all. I'd like to ask the staff if they do, the request is a motion to reconsider. What would the next step be?
Paul Soria, Senior Assistant County Attorneys.
If you reconsider, so one of you it has to be, the initial motion needs to be done by someone on the prevailing side. That's all of you. It was a 7-0. So after that, your options, you have two options. You can bring it back before you and then have hear the entire thing again. Or optionally, you can remand it back to DRC for, additional findings. So those are your two options should you reconsider the matter. It doesn't have to go back to you, but you can remand it back to DRC and say, hey, do additional research, take into account this is additional evidence. If it shows some, a CO or some kind of vested right or some other aspect, make your determination. And then that gives, the applicant the opportunity, if they dislike DRC's finding, to appeal and come back before you again.
That would be, I think my advice to you, that if if you were inclined to reconsider, send it to your DRC, which was the original body that heard this. And so then if the property owner believes they have information they can share, rather than send it directly back to you, it may not come back to you. It may be resolved or not. I don't know. But you're not obligated to grant the motion to reconsider either.
That's correct.
And
Okay,
you can make
thank
both
you.
motions today.
Pardon me?
You can make both motions today if you so choose. You can make the motion to reconsider and then the motion to remand, or motion to set another council meeting to hear the matter again.
Okay. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we reconsider the request and send it to DRC as a first step.
Second, Johansson.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the table to reconsider and remand it back to DRC. Jake Johansson, you made the second?
I did.
Thank you. Okay. Any questions?
Comment?
Jake Johansson.
Yeah, a quick comment. For the record, and if this passes and goes back to DRC, I think I think the direction or the I guess the direction would be for me to let's try to get to yes on this. I really would like to see us find a way to get them where they need to go so they can live there. There's a lot of obstacles in the way, but let's try to find a way to make it work with staff and the DRC. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Just some additional requests I need. If we can, when it goes back to DRC or comes before us, if we can just make sure we have the property tax records dating all the way back to see what they've been charged, or previous owners have been charged. As far as I'm concerned, if we're charging property taxes and it's good enough for that, that would weigh into my decision making as well, and it could be good enough for now. Thank you.
Okay, so we have the motion to reconsider and remand back to DRC by David Santiago, second by Jake Johansson. Any other comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
And the one opposition was from Troy Kent. Motion passes 6-1. All right. It's the quickest legal argument you've ever made. That takes us to the county manager's closing comments.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, Honorable Council. I have a few items today. First up, just a reminder that we'll be doing the upcoming informational sessions for our coastal resiliency strategies. This was part of the state's SAND program that we're enjoying the money that we'll be putting back our restoration system, but a part of that was to also have these informational sessions and outreach. So there'll be several meetings, one February 25th from 5 to 7 at the Ocean Center, room 103 at the Ocean Center. Wednesday, February 26th at the Daytona Beach Shores Community Center at 300 Belmead Drive, and February 27th at the ballroom of the Brannan Center down in New Smyrna Beach at 105 South Riverside Drive. We also have the Volusia County is going to have their veteran stand down again this year, March 21st and the 22nd. There'll be free lunch, assistant with VA claims, health and wellness screenings, legal assistance, employment resources, housing support, free haircuts, clothing, and food. Also,
Can I add to that, George?
Yes, sir.
My apologies, but I also want to let council know that part of the program this year that Scott Olson and Brad Burbaugh are doing to help promote the veteran stand down and offer even more services is providing sponsorship opportunities. So they are just being made available. They range from $500 to $1,500 with a level in between. So if you know of any businesses or individuals who might have an interest in being a sponsor for the veteran stand down later next month, Scott Olson or Brad Burbaugh would be able to assist, and there is going to be some information going out on it, but I know council may have your own connections, and I wanted to make that plug.
all right, and on top of that, of course, we have our upcoming State of the County address at be Tuesday, February 25th at the Ocean Center, and that'll be I'm sure a big highlight affair, as it always is. And then lastly, I just wanted to, a little bit of sadness, just inform folks that one of our former stalwarts here at the county, Terry Sanders, who I had the pleasure of working with for over 30 years. He was a 35-year employee, 35-year plus, actually, most of it with the Sheriff's Department. He was a major. But he also came on, and one of these guys that couldn't retire, he took on EVAC when it was the foundation, and he's the guy that actually brought it over and became the very first director of EMS. And later on became the deputy and then the director of public protection. So very well known in the community. He and his wife, Donna Sue, did a lot with the community, a lot with the Speedway. Just a very illustrious career, and he passed away over the weekend, so my condolences to the family and his wife, Donna Sue, and the rest of the family. So just a thought for them, if you could, and appreciate it.
Thank you. County Attorney.
I have nothing at this time. Thank you.
Okay, then we will go to council members, and Jake Johansson, you are first today.
Yes, sir. I'd like to address council and probably the attorneys. I think I need a clarification of how we work the consent agenda. It might just be semantics, but we say we'd like to pull items A and B, but once it's been pulled, it's removed from the consent agenda, correct? Is that how I understand it? And once it's been removed, it's no longer part of the consent agenda.
Yeah.
So then we have to vote on those, even though it's pulled just for comment. So I believe the correct, or the least confusing way to do it would be to ask for comments on the consent agenda, and you comment on E and F before we vote on the agenda, and then vote on the consent agenda. If we want to, I believe, if we want to pull something, then it is removed from the consent agenda and it has to be voted separately. The alternative would be to pull for comment, and if the comment elicits a change of thought process on that, which sometimes happens, then we have the option of voting on those. But I'm afraid that if we pull it for comment and it's pulled and we just approve the consent agenda and never vote on those separately, then it kind of leaves us hanging as to what's going on with that item. I don't know what everybody else thinks, whether it's clear for you all and not clear to me, I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, if I can respond?
Yeah, before you do, it doesn't sound like there's any legal obstacles either way that we go. Okay, go ahead.
I was under the
Council.
impression that if we bring an item up for discussion, it's still part of the original vote to pass all the items. Only the ones that we say we pull for a vote are removed from the general consent agenda vote. That's my impression.
I'm under the assumption that pull means it's no longer on. We're
using the wrong terminology. is what's happening.
Everywhere else I've been, it's to comment on the entire consent agenda. I'd like to I don't want to pull it, but I want to comment on E, F, and G. Got it. Nobody wants to pull. Motion, second, comments. Here's my E, F, and G.
I could operate either way. I think it's just a matter of clarity and the right choice of words at that time.
Yeah, I just pull has. That's what it means to me. So I'd like to make a motion to not pull for comment, to just discuss.
Okay.
I'm okay with that. I'll second that if we want to vote on it.
Okay, not pull for comment, and by Jake, second by David Santiago. So we'll only pull for items that are wanted to be voted on, and then just an announcement made that there will be a comment. And you want that comment to be before the vote? Is that part of your?
After?
It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter. It's
okay.
Yeah, after.
Okay.
So, Chairman, may I? So the way I understand that is we're only going to pull something if we want to vote on it, and then
That's correct.
afterwards, Chairman, you could say, Council, would anybody like to comment on anything on the consent agenda?
Perfect.
And then if there's something we want to say about an item, boom.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So we will change.
Thank you. That's all I have. The East Central Florida Regional Planning Council Diamond Awards are on February 19th at the Lake Mary Event Center. I will be going. I don't know if our second representative will be in attendance, but I will be there.
Are you nominated for a Diamond Award?
Wrong guy. No way. But our county did put in an application this year. I don't know if we got it yet. It'll be a surprise if we do. But that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to publicly thank Daytona Dog Beach for keeping us up to date with how successful they have been in the area of Ormond Beach, where we've allowed them to operate and have a dog-friendly session on the beach. And then secondly, I just want to give a shout out to all those young adults that are hardworking and trying to do the right thing. And personally, on behalf of my wife and myself, we just want to give a shout out to our son, Wyatt. Keep crushing it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I've always been a firm believer in praise in public and that philosophy. We've done that, in corrections. You never want to criticize someone in public. It's a great way to hurt morale. But that being said, I want to thank Mr. Bartlett. We had an issue with the B-19 canal, the Granite apartment complex. We got a notification from some of the citizens in Pelican Bay that they were dumping their debris, which is concerning. Here we are in the hot seat of trying to control flooding, and one of the key issues is the canal system. And I'm very familiar with that apartment complex, and as I expressed to you, but those issues were handled and taken care of, so I thank you very much, Mr. Bartlett. Also to City Commissioner Derek Feacher, we had an issue with some concerns that were voiced about some graffiti and things of that nature. They've already addressed it before I even placed a phone call. So I thanks to the city of Daytona very much. Also for Terry Sanders, I had the pleasure of working with Terry as well. So my condolences also to the family and Donna Sue and the rest of the Sanders family. So they're in our thoughts and prayers. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilman Robbins. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you. I'm going to play the lottery now that I heard something different's happening here. I might win. But I do have one thing, Mr. Chair. I want to throw a concept out there to this council to see if there's a consensus for information. And an idea that many of may have heard of in the past. And I realize that it's not within our direct purview to make a decision on. And I wanted to throw the idea to see if we can get staff, and I'll tell you why in a second, to do some research. It's going to be out-of-state research, to look at the effects of areas in our union that may have eliminated property taxes. And to look at if a consumption tax or other methodologies that may have been used in states, the other 49 states, to replace property taxes with a different mechanism. I'm of the opinion that I think our property tax system is broken in Florida. And again, I realize it's not our decision. However, the conversation needs to start on various levels. There have been some in the legislature that have been brave enough to speak about it there too, but I think if we can spark dialogue, interest, conversation on a local level and get some of our colleagues in other counties to say, let's look at this. And we may not know the effects yet, but I'm asking, does the council be willing to support just information?
Second,
Oh,
third.
that's quick.
Do you need a third and a fourth?
And with that information, maybe we make a decision to do nothing, or we make a decision to lobby the legislature to consider alternative methods to our broken property tax system. That's a motion.
Any time limit when the information would come back? This
George,
year?
we got the attorney raising his hands. He gets nervous.
No, we have no interest in delaying anything. So if you could give us,
But it'll take some time.
yeah, that's yeah. So we will follow. We're not looking to delay anything. So we'll get back to you as soon as we can. That would be working with our office, working with finance.
How about this? At the next council meeting, let us know how long you think you'll need
Okay.
to get the data together for us. Fair enough?
Sure.
Or give us- and then we'll decide then.
Okay, so
Thank
we have a motion on the floor we're giving legal staff, we're giving all staff consensus for information on replacing the property tax with consumption tax or
Other alternatives too.
other alternatives that the rest of the union might have done. Any other questions on that comment? Don is silent. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the second, did you get the second by Troy Kent?
Retirement
And the
research
third?
project.
Okay.
That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything, but I like your idea, David. So if I was quiet, I didn't mean to be.
Figured
No,
you
I have
would.
nothing. Yeah, that's a great idea. But no, I have nothing. Thanks, guys.
Okay. I just have one thing. It's really just a reminder for the public on the special meeting, February 11th at 4 p.m. here in Chambers. And I would just like to ask staff, again, we talked about this, I guess it was yesterday on the phone, just to get us the item information as soon as possible so the public is aware what we're going to discuss and each of us, because that's sometimes a contention that we haven't had time to adequately consider what's put before us.
Mr. Chairman,
So,
can I
yes.
add to that? If you're,
Yes, please.
You're talking about the February 11th special meeting,
Special
right?
meeting.
If I may ask, what process are we going to follow for that meeting? From a public comment or work product from us? Did we decide that yet?
Well, it's a special meeting, so you can make decisions. You'll be given, the subject course is LID and also Green Stormwater Initiative. So we'll be asking for direction coming out of that meeting. So
I think currently, correct me if I'm wrong, but in a special meeting, there's not a limitation to public participation?
it's not about that. That comes in, if you're going to make a decision, if you're
Well,
going to vote
yeah.
on something, then you have to have public participation. But you could choose not to if you don't make any decision on anything.
So,
Okay.
but in essence, we would probably, I'm gonna guess, what we'll probably be doing on the 11th is listening to the ideas, the proposals, and then sending back staff with maybe certain ideas to put it in ordinance format for us to vote. Is that accurate?
No.
Okay.
No, it's a
That's
little
why I'm
more than
asking.
that. Go ahead.
There are 3 ordinances
Oh, okay.
that are going on the special meeting. One of which you can take immediate action. The others you can vote, but because it's a comprehensive plan amendment process, requires transmittal to the state. But these are 3 ordinances which you can take. You can take action after receiving public comment. So there is action contemplated. These are legislative in nature. You don't have to take action. You can say, okay, I want you to make these changes. Come back at another meeting.
I was not aware that we had 3 ordinances coming, so that
and
that makes a
then
big difference. Yes.
As far as public comment, because the special meeting is constrained to those items, there's no general public comment at the beginning, there's no general public comment at the end, but anyone can talk about those 3 items or related when those items are brought up.
That's helpful. Thank you, Mr.
Correct.
Chair.
Yes, okay.
Mr. Chair, if I could only add for the council's anticipation, because of the nature of these items, and they've been both to your NRAC and your PLDRC, our staff presentations are a little more robust than what you see on a normal agenda. So I just wanted to let you know that we are going to try to cover those as best we can. I consider it a special land use hearing because of the nature of the items. So.
Is green stormwater and LID, is there already some discussion on the NRAC page?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. There's been formal recommendations by both NRAC and your Planning and Land Development
Okay.
Committee on LID. And so that's why it's before you in an ordinance format.
So the public and each of us could see that? Can the public see that information?
Yes, the packet should be published shortly, probably potentially as early as tomorrow.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, another thing on that item for me? I forgot to mention one thing. I apologize.
Santiago.
I just wanted, Mr. Chairman, for the council's benefit, I had already a pre-scheduled out-of-town meeting, so I'm going to be attending unless there's objection via Zoom to participate in that special meeting. So just wanted to make sure you're all aware. Okay? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think the state law still require that at that meeting, we'll have to seek approval that he could participate, meaning vote virtually. Okay.
Yes, for the special meeting.
So,
Yeah.
all right. That's all I have, and it is 1:16. We just set a record. Everybody have a good week.
Have a good day.